can now tell your friends, those that have left the room because of waiting, come so that we can be able to start together. And I want us to start with the national anthem. Let us all stand for the national anthem. Francis in? Gasheru? Okay, let's pray. Father, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus, we want to come before you. We give you adoration and we worship you. Thank you for the opportunity that you have given unto us to be able to go through this mentorship. Jehovah, King of Glory, enable us to be able to gain something that will be an impact in our lives. As we continue with this program, oh God, we commit ourselves unto your holy hands. May you take over the program. May you take over the participants and those that are yet to come. May you quicken them to be able to come so that we can be able to start together. We want to appreciate you for the management of KIPPRA, for the management of Chuka University, for the management of those institutions that are here with us, and even, Lord, King of Glory, for all the students and the participants that are here. May you take over, mighty and everlasting Father, our speakers that are going to speak to us, that they may be able to minister to the students, oh God, physically, emotionally, and even mentally, oh Jehovah, King of Glory, so that they can be able to get an impact that will be able to carry them to their, as they continue with their lives. We worship you, we praise you, and we glorify your name. Deans, the directors, HODs, and CODs, they were here, very many of them, but I'm sure they are coming. The lecturers, the student leaders, and all other student leaders, other students that are here. Good morning. My name is Dr. Mugoi Macharia, Director, Office of Career Services, and I'm happy that you are here to participate in the first KIPPRA mentorship program, themed Enhancing Socio-Economic Development in Kenya through Promotion of Youth Talents. I would like to do a little introduction so that you can know who is present. The Chuka University students, are there Chuka University students present here? Just stand and let, okay, there are quite few. Yes, stand and tell the others to also come. We have had a number of them calling and saying they're in class. Once they are through with class, they'll come. Let's clap for them. Thank you so much. We have Marshall Technical students. Marshall Technical Institute. Are they here already? Marshall Technical Institute. They are on their way. I think I was told they are on their way, so they should be arriving. We have Chuka Technical students. Chuka Technical students, please stand. Please stand. Wow, they are the majority. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Thank you. We have lecturers from Marshall Technical Institute, but I think they have not come. Lecturers from Chuka Technical Institutes, the tutors, just stand. Let's clap for them. They called very early at 8:30. They were already here. Thank you for keeping time. We have our CODs and HODs, directors, deans, the librarian. Just stand. Just stand. If you are a dean, you are a director, you are an HOD, you are a COD, you are the university librarian. Yes, just stand. Stand. I can see you there. Stand. There were very many. They came here at around 8:30, but I'm sure they are coming. Please tell them to come because we have started the program. Thank you so much. Then we have the organizing team, Professor Hidai, Professor Otiso, Mr. Makori, I think is in the kitchen, Professor Muraya, we have Stella Kaburia, we have Morris Mwirigi. That is the team that has been working behind the scenes to make sure that this event is a success. Let's clap for them. So I would like to request Silvanus Opio to come and introduce the members of KIPPRA, except the executive, of course, and then we continue from there. Silvanus?
Okay, our KIPPRA board represented here. Our senior also represented, the Chancellor of Chuka University, DVCs, University Management, except the we have a number of our colleagues who are at the registration desk. Maybe if they can hear me, they just probably come in and just wave, but otherwise we'll be seeing them. We have, I think I'll just mention the names of who are here already. We have, maybe I'll start from the other end. We have Deborah. She's one of our colleagues at KIPPRA. We've Catherine here, Garetua. She's in our senior communication officer. We have Mercy Owich, one of our researchers at KIPPRA. Then we have Emily Calzo, is also our colleague at KIPPRA, researcher. We have Rehema Yusuf, she's one of our senior finance officers. We have colleagues from HR, communication around. Abu Dayatan is also a colleague at KIPPRA in communications. I don't want to spend so much time, but maybe just before I get to the objective of this event, I also want to confirm that we have a number of our guests that we invited and are already here to grace our occasion. We have Madam Evelyn here from the State Department for Economic Planning. She'll be speaking to us, Dr. Evelyn. We have Esther Katiba. She's around in the house. She's one of our experienced global HR experts globally. She'll be speaking to students tomorrow on how do we kind of knock those doors when you're looking for jobs, and what should we do right so that when you know that people would say, I've sent 1,000 CVs, I've sent 1,000 applications, but I've never got feedback. Maybe what are you doing what are you not doing right? So she'll help us to get things right. We also have Charlo from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. She'll be speaking to us on how do we leverage national values as we want to leverage our talents to get those potential economic potentials. So with that, of course we have many speakers, but they'll be joining us. And maybe I also need to recognize our co-host here, Madam Kezia. She's here for the sake of inclusivity. Today and tomorrow we'll have speakers from KEKOBO. KEKOBO is the Kenya Corporate Board. They'll be here. We'll have someone from NACADA speaking to students. We'll have someone from the Youth Enterprise Development Fund speaking to students and all of us, of course. We also expect to have speakers from Kenya Films Classification Board. We expect quite a number of speakers that will be here. So our program is a bit packed, so I'll request that we always keep time. Back to the main agenda of this event, and maybe before I get to the agenda of this event, for those who might be hearing for KIPPRA for the first time, KIPPRA is a government institution, and our mandate is actually to provide policy guidance, or policy advice to the government of Kenya through objective research and analysis. So with that, it's important for us to recognize the fact that we are here, all of us, to serve the public. And as a public institution, we actually tasked to deliver our mandate to the latter. KIPPRA will main departments. I'll speak about all of them. I'll basically speak much about capacity building department, which is where this program is domiciled. In the capacity building department, we've got 5 main programs in the department. One of the programs is the Young Professional Program, where every year we recruit young professionals, and these young professionals are Kenyans who have at least master's degree. So if you have a PhD, master's or a PhD, you qualify, but you must be below 35 years of age. So we recruit you, be with us for a whole year. We take you through different training sessions, training courses. Then at the end of the year, you graduate, and you must publish some papers before you graduate. Again, we also have a program called the Youth in Climate Action, where we partner with different institutions, especially those led by youth, and they're working within the climate change space, so that we just try to mentor students in terms of how do they voice their issues, how do they collaborate with other partners, and how do they advance further their initiatives of actually ensuring that we have environmentally friendly, our environment is friendly enough. So we avoid issues like, there's an issue of climate change issues, so we need to see how best to address those issues. So there's a program that we do have that supports those activities. We also have a program called the CPPMD, that is Central Planning Project Monitoring and Department, where basically KIPPRA provides training opportunities to our colleagues in the ministry who are working within the planning unit. That's both at national level and county government levels. Then we also have a program, now this one, I think I've mentioned before, now this one here, which is a KIPPRA mentorship program for universities and TVETs, where we partner with universities and TVETs to mentor students. We've been in now, this is the second institution we've been. And actually our interest is to work together with the university community to mentor students, and also the lecturers, and also get mutual benefit. And this, we're going to do it in different ways. After this program, that's after this event, which will be 2 days event today and tomorrow, we'll still be having collaborations with within this university. And before this event, we requested students to send their essays and to write essays and to write poems and all that. So those students, already we are in touch. We'll add more students as many as they can join, and then we'll form a policy club. Through the policy club, we'll provide training opportunities for these students, though most of them will be virtually, and that is meant to just prepare students as they exit the university and now join the job market. At least they have some skills that are actually needed in the job market. And I want to encourage students that when that opportunity comes, please don't think twice. Just join in and be trained. Those trainings, we charge them up to over 100,000 per person per training, but we will give you quite a number of them, courtesy of this kind of collaboration. So it's important for us to encourage students to join. This event is for the students, and for that reason, I want to urge the comrades who are here from this university to tell your colleagues to join, come in, and be with us. There's a lot that will be going on between today and tomorrow. And fortunately, through the partnership of KIPPRA and Chuka University, students will be served meals. So, ambia comrade, at least leo na kesho, chakula iko sorted. Now, we want actually as many students as possible. We are expecting more than 500 students here, so it's actually important we tell them to come. Now, as I conclude, I want to just mention some of the objectives for this particular event. Of course, I've already mentioned some, but now maybe be very specific. Like I said already, we do capacity building. So this program is meant to create awareness and develop capacity of the university and TVET community, especially when undertaking public policy processes, so that at least they understand how government works and how policies are made within the government space. In particular, this program is meant to enlighten the university community on public policy the government is implementing as it pursues its development agenda. And so we'll have Dr. Evelyn here from the State Department of Economic Planning, who will take us through some of the policies that government is implementing, especially at the national level, to support those development agendas. This program also will provide us with a platform where we'll be able to inform students and also, especially those who are seeking career guidance in public policy research and analysis. On the issue of career guidance, we have speakers who will speak about that, so I don't want to preempt so much now. We also hope that through this program, we're going to nurture the skills of, especially for young, the youth who are here, that the students of student community, so that also as those will get to understand a bit of what how public policy works. We're also going to provide a platform where we'll discuss about emerging issues across the country and beyond. Finally, this program is meant to share with the university and TVET community on issues that are governance issues, especially those that influence how we engage in building this nation with adherence to the national values that are enshrined within our constitution. And for that reason, I want to request all of us to actively participate in this 2-day event for the mutual benefit. That is all I had to this morning. Thank you very much, and have a fruitful deliberation for the 2 days. Thank you.
Let us give Sylvanus a better clap.
this is a request through the DVC and the DVC that will enhance the capacity of staff in translating research into policy and practice. We have done a lot of research, a lot of essays, publications. Everywhere you'll find a publication on the door. But to impact policy, I think that is a gap that I really pray through the management that KIPPRA will come in and assist us. So with those few remarks, allow me to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Jonah Kindiki, who is in charge of Administration, Finance, Planning and Development, to come and give his remarks. And after that, I want to request him to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics.
Thank you, Professor Gide. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Enene Mutembe Ntokyugo, the representative of the KIPPRA, CEO, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Nduru, the deans present from Chuka University, the directors, CODs, and the entire team of KIPPRA, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Professor Jonah Kindiki. I'm a professor of planning and policy in education. I'm a professor of education. I specialize in planning and policy. I'm also the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration, Finance, Planning and Development. That is what I do here at Chuka University. Ladies and gentlemen, all students and comrades invited, I believe this is a very important occasion for us at Chuka University and the Kenya Institute for Public Policy and Research Analysis. We are aware, as it has been alluded, that KIPPRA plays a very important role as an institution because of the extensive research that they do across key sectors of the Kenya economy, in public finance, issues about health, governance. Actually, it's all area that touches economy. And in particular today, we are here because this is an important sector, that is education. Education in universities, colleges, and TVET. So through rigorous policy analysis, KIPPRA supports the formulation and implementation of development agendas. And in addition, we are aware that they are actively involved in training and capacity building, like what we have today here, equipping the members of the public, and particularly the students and the young professionals, with skills and knowledge that require for designing and implementing effective public policies. KIPPRA, we are aware that is an important institution and a source of data for the whole country. They do a lot of research and data analysis, and that provides insights, and it provides policymakers, researchers, the academics, the students, and their lecturers and their tutors in general, and also general public, with the reliable information which informs decision. And therefore, in the process of making decisions in academic work and in our research, KIPPRA is so much involved in this. So through these efforts, the KIPPRA as an institution continues to make a significant contribution to sustainable development and good governance in Kenya. Today, We sincerely appreciate the presence of KIPPRA among us, and this week for partnering with Chuka University in areas of mentorship, innovation, talent, and development. So we want to thank KIPPRA, and we want to thank the institutions that are involved, including Chuka University, all the staff from Chuka and other institutions, and the students, that we request that we participate actively in this process so that we gain from what KIPPRA is going to offer this week, and particularly today and tomorrow. So with those remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Professor Nduru, to come and welcome the Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Professor Kindiki, the Vice Chancellor, our guests from KIPPRA, especially the representative of the CEO of KIPPRA and the executive, the KIPPRA team, our colleagues, directors, deans, members of our academic staff, our colleagues, comrades, and also the students, specifically the members of staff from our Chuka Institute, or other technical institute, and the students, and kindly welcome and feel at place in Chuka University. I want to take this opportunity as a DVC in charge of academics, research, and student affairs to welcome you especially to this prophetic place, Chuka University, which is an environment that is specifically mandated to train, to do research, and to do extension in this country. And so the government of Kenya has empowered us, or rather entrusted us with that responsibility. And that is why I would be very grateful, or rather I am very grateful to recognize the coming of KIPPRA to team up with us, especially in inducting our students on process making, or rather policy making process for the purpose of future and posterity. Because Chuka University being an environment where our products are mainly graduates who go to be human resources for different sectors of this country, it is prudent that we be able to release graduates who are capacitated on how to ensure governance of resources, administrations, and doing various activities in the business of development are done accordingly, so that there is prudent governance, there is appropriate governance, and things are being done in the right way at the right time, in the way they should be done. And therefore, KIPPRA, for your coming to be with us and to empower us, or rather to support us, and in collaboration in this way, it is a major milestone that we appreciate at Chuka University. I do want to appreciate the organizers of these sessions, the effort they have put in place in linkage with the KIPPRA team, that we are at this place because they actually took time to initiate and to plan so that we are here today. So you are fully supported, and we want to thank God, because from now on to tomorrow, we are going to learn nuggets of knowledge and wisdom that will be applicable into our future, and I want to believe God will bless all of us. With those few remarks, I do take note. I don't know, I think that the Vice Chancellor, I would take note, is the newest president of the student is around, and maybe you may introduce him when you come to speak. Otherwise, with those few remarks, join me with a clap to welcome the Vice Chancellor to come and grace this occasion.
Thank you, Professor Gilbert Bakanduru, who is in charge of the academic division. I also want to thank Professor John Akedeke, who is in charge of the administration division. And allow me, in a special way, to recognize the representative of the chair of the KIPPRA board, Mr. Joseph Tiampati Ole Musuni is there. And then the executive director herself, Ms. Winnie Guia, she's there. And the entire KIPPRA team. I see Sylvanas, you are there. You've taken us through what we shall go through. In a special way also, may I recognize the tutors of our guest students who have come to be mentored from Chuka Technical, Karibuni Sana. And also, if the other tutors from the other institutions have come, we don't mind if you are here, you can stand. They are yet to come, but we also welcome them in advance. I also want to recognize the students. Are there any student leaders from Chuka who are here? I can see. That is why I saw that suited. I knew you are one of the leaders. So thank you very much, and karibu sana. Mobilize more to come and here. My deans, directors, CODs feel welcome also. In a special way, the director, research, who is with the board here and the others. I also recognize in a very, very special way our career director, Dr. Mugoi, who is here today executing our mandate. And our mentees who have come to be mentored, and the mentors, because the mentors are here in different capacities. You are all welcome. And before I invite the KIPPRA to make their remarks, I want to do one observation. KIPPRA is very heavy on research and policy. And there is a request, Mr. Tiampati, that has been put here. We need to collaborate more. And one way, he has even requested Professor Eunice Gedai work with them. They want to participate in our conferences. We have different types of conferences. There are the ones that are faculty-based, and the one that come globally for the global one, which is the International Research Conference. Let's see how we can work together, and that will be good. And then they'll also assist you in fast-tracking policy issues of your research. That will be good. And it will be good even to have that theme of policy. Not very many people want to be in that theme of policy, but it is very essential and very important. So as you organize the education one, I think the education one is another that is coming very soon, isn't it? Let them see how they can come in, and also utilize my DVC, who is in policy and planning, so that he can also present a paper in that he's a professor of education. May I say I am on my side. I'm a professor of veterinary reproduction and obstetrics, which is in animal science. And previously, before I came here, I was the director of Wangari Maathai Institute, which was dealing with governance and policy, which makes me feel we are with the right people here. Allow me to just say the mentees who have come here. KIPPRA briefed us, and I was very happy with the program for postgraduates. When you have a master's, they recruit they'll advertise in March, April. That program is for 1 year. They'll give you a stipend, and they'll also change your mindset on how you look at policy and research. I think that is something, Mariah, your students should have been here. How many master's students are here? You are the only one. I think you should recruit that one from the beginning because he's the one who is here. And Apuko here, isn't it? Pamela. So I think you need to call some of your students to come here. This is a very good, important mentorship. Most of the others are undergraduates. There's also, they will be able to take you through some training online, which will make you even get a certificate. So you'll get a skills, a policy-oriented skill certificate that can give you an advantage when you are applying for jobs. And KIPPRA is known, is a very good institution whose mandate is actually shaping the economy through policy. So it is very important that we all participate in this one, and that is why I'm saying to the board chair, Mr. Chambati, when you go back, tell them we feel privileged to have been chosen to host this mentorship, and we'll continue welcoming you. Our doors are open, our arms are open. Always be with us. I was very delighted and proud to participate in university enrollment planning where KIPPRA was also involved. And I can tell you, we needed research like this. Tomorrow, the following day, the lady who was there, a research person, was giving us data like this. That is what I think we need to be advancing. I don't want to give you a lot of, to bog you with a lot of stories, but the Ichuka University is a prophetic university that was prophesied in 1951 by a lady who was, people thought she was mad. You know, when you keep on saying, behold here, there shall be an academic mountain. You're either looked at as either you've lost your mind or you are hallucinating, isn't it? But the hallucination was not there. It was just a prophecy. And she was very, very particular. In that academic mountain, birds from every corner of the world will perch and live happily. And that is what it is. Currently, we have 7 faculties and 2 schools, and the birds that are perched currently is 27,002. So that is already a lot of birds. And very many conferences, very many colleagues from across the world are perching and living happily. Those who perched and left, they are over 43,000. So you can imagine 43,000 plus 27,000, where are we? We are catching up with the big guys, isn't it? And that is good. The other thing I just wanted to mention, we are open. We are very welcoming. We have a very conducive environment. We are only a few meters from Nairobi. Not very many meters. It's only 3 hours meters from Nairobi. We are on the highway touching the tarmac. That is why when people come here, they say they have entered South America, Mexico, because our environment is very friendly and green. True or false? I think that one you have seen. So I want you to feel at home, mentor our people, make the birds that are perched, including the one from technical. You can come back after your technical course and have a degree here. So you're welcome, okay? And mine was just to open the workshop so that now you can get the KIPPRA people come in. I want to say this workshop is officially open. Can we clap for that? And after opening, I would like to invite the Executive Director of KIPPRA, Ms. Winnie Nguya. Before you come, I can see, are these students from Chuka University or the other institution? Are you from Chuka University? The ones who are coming in? Yeah? From a? Yes, where is the tutor? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I wanted to welcome you to Chuka University. I'm the Vice Chancellor and I welcome you. And I want to welcome the students who have come to feel at home. We will not get the benefit of the other speeches as I've left, because that is what happened to the snake. It went as the last people, as the last animal to ask for legs, and the legs are already gone, isn't it? So, but the snake became very clever. It is one of the cleverest animals, isn't it? Come in, you'll be mentored, and feel at home. All right, let's clap for them. They have come. They have come on the right time before KIPPRA starts speaking. And with those very many remarks, allow me to invite Ms. Winnie Nguya, the Chief Executive of KIPPRA, the Director, and then after her remarks, we'll now invite the representative of the Board Chair, Mr. Joseph Tiampati Ole Musuni, to make the remarks, and then the mentorship can start. I wish you a very fruitful, prosperous mentorship within the 2 days, and a very prolonged, lifelong mentorship that will start and be guided by Dr. Silvanus Opio. Thank you very much. Karibu.
The KIPPRA Board Director, Mr. Joseph Tiampati Ole Musuni, the Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, Professor Henry Mutembei Ntokyugu, invited partners and representatives present from national government, county governments, and the private sector, faculty members and students present of 4 invited universities and technical, vocational training and educational institutions, KIPPRA staff present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Before I start reading the speech for my executive director, I want to correct the VC. He has made me the CEO, but I'm sitting in for the CEO. But maybe that is good prophecy. This is a university of prophecies. Thank you so much. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for taking the time to join us for this important event. We sincerely acknowledge the presence of institutions present and those on their way here, and wish to express our gratitude for accepting our invitation. I would also like to express my gratification to the leadership of Chuka University, led by the VC, Professor Henry Mutembei Ntokyugu, for agreeing to host this event. I will give you a brief of KIPPRA. KIPPRA is a government institution tasked with enhancing the human and institutional capacity of the country in relation to public policy issues. We achieve this through multiple channels, including offering capacity building programs, conducting objective research, maintaining a repository of public policy, and assisting government institutions at both national and county levels in the development of public policies, to name but just a few. About KNPUs, ladies and gentlemen, we convene today under the auspices of the KIPPRA Mentorship Program for Universities and TVETs. This is one of our capacity building programs. The program aims to enhance the capacity of students and trainers in universities and TVETs, promoting their effective involvement in public policy development and nation building. We initiated this program in 2018 and have since engaged with 31 universities. You are the 32nd university and TVET throughout the country. The program was initiated due to the increasing interest among universities and TVETs in gaining a better understanding of KIPPRA and the public policy making process in Kenya. We have successfully mentored over 12,000 students and lecturers, and the feedback we have received indicates that the program has been well received, and its impact is clearly noticeable. At KIPPRA, we understand that the country's sustainable development agenda is dependent on our ability to enhance the capacity of the youth. The program offers a platform for engaging with youth in universities and TVETs, along with their trainers and mentors. We offer students opportunities to engage in policy dialogue through multiple channels, including essay writing, creative arts, and performance, participation in seminars, and organizing events that emphasize youth engagement and networking. For the academic and training communities within universities and TVETs, we offer a range of opportunities in capacity building, joint research and analysis initiatives, peer review processes, networking, and policy dialogue through conferences, workshops, seminars, roundtables, among others. The coverage of the program has been all-inclusive. We have purposefully navigated across the country, driven by a commitment to uphold equity and regional balance in alignment with other constitutions. This has offered us the opportunity to explore and understand the diversity of Kenya, which significantly informs our approach to a design of public policy. We have successfully implemented the KIPPRAs in about 30, like I've indicated earlier, 31 universities and TVETs, and the Chuka universities becomes number 32. We will not number you. You'll be number 1 at the end. KIPPRA is a multidisciplinary organization that employs an integrated approach to public policy research and analysis. This stems from the multifaceted nature of public policy. We undertake research and public policy analysis through our research departments, which encompass macroeconomics, the social sector, the private sector, the productive sector, trade and foreign affairs, infrastructure and economic services, and governance. Additionally, our organization has established capacity building and partnerships departments that offer capacity development and collaboration frameworks and linkages. Our dedication to building public policy capacity through research and analysis has garnered us recognition and respect for excellence. The national government and the county governments have established unparalleled trust and confidence in the policy advisory services provided by KIPPRA and the quality of evidence we generate to inform policy decisions. Our vision is to set a global standard for public policy, research, and analysis. Our models of analysis and operations have become reference points across the region. Consequently, we have been recognized as the leading think tank with high impact on public policy in sub-Saharan Africa. To us, this is a milestone achievement, as it demonstrates our dedication to leading the way and adopting best practices in public policy research and analysis. As an institute, we provide a range of capacity building programs aimed at the public and the private sectors, along with civil society and professional associations. Our premier capacity building programs encompass what Siofanas indicated, policy making process, among others. I know that will be our chorus for the day, for the 2 days, so I'll not read that. Returning to KMPUs, a central component of the KIPPRA mentorship program for universities is a policy workshop, which we are having. Each year, we establish a common theme that guides our policy discussions. This year's theme focuses on enhancing socioeconomic development in Kenya through promotion of youth talents. This is a moment to evaluate the country's status on thematic issues as we strive to address policy matters. We humbly invite all stakeholders to objectively have policy dialogue seeking to answer pertinent questions, among them being, how can our country, Kenya, identify and nurture diverse youth talents as a driver of socioeconomic transformation. What strategies can we put in place to ensure that youth talents are effectively harnessed into sustainable enterprises and industries? How can public and private institutions and policies be strengthened to provide an enabling environment for innovation and creativity? What is the way forward if we have to leverage both focal, local, and global platforms to showcase, commercialize, and monetize youth talents for inclusive development? Ladies and gentlemen, these and other fundamental questions call for a combination of approaches: rigorous scientific research, reflective philosophical thinking, innovative and creative solutions, and inclusive evidence-based policy basis analysis. And we believe the university, TVETs, and research institutions are centers for generating the policy solutions. Our research indicates that youth participation in economic development differs among the counties nationwide. This is evidenced by the differing labor productivity and youth unemployment rates throughout the nation. More so, there is evidence for uneven levels of innovation, enterprise, and opportunities available to the young people nationwide. This indicates that the country has not yet fully harnessed the potential of its youth in many spheres, including talents to enhance economic activities. The initiative provides a platform that provides awareness of the national and county development agenda, allowing students and lecturers to share intellectual insights and encourage and engage in discussions on current and emerging issues, thereby ensuring our understanding of the public policy making process. We aspire for our engagement and productivity to be bolstered in the pursuit of nation building. I would like to express my gratitude to the students who submitted their essays on the same, as well as to the creative artists who responded to our call for creative works. It indicates your desire to harness your potential to contribute to the national development agenda. This is an admirable endeavor that we acknowledge, and it has earned you a certificate. The top essays will be published on KIPPRA's website. As a nation, we aim to cultivate a society that is united by shared ideals, ideology, and norms. We have chosen to offer you the chance to engage in our national values through creative and performing arts. These are determined by the values and principles outlined in the Article 10 of the Constitution, which you will discuss with us later. That's why then we have a few people who have come to talk to the students regarding the Constitution and the national values. For the students, we will provide you with a platform during the students' debate and other forums to share your perspectives on how to enhance socioeconomic development in the country through promotion of youth talents. This will give you opportunity to contribute to the discussion on how to nurture creativity and innovations and enterprises as integral parts of the nation and county development priorities. For the trainers, we will examine the role of universities and TVETs in influencing the youth talents and how students can tap on available opportunities at your institutions to optimize on the talent-related gains. We aim to identify the strengths and weaknesses that necessitate policy interventions to enhance the functioning of your institutions. Thank you, and I welcome you all as we look forward to a successful event. Karibuni. The next will be our board chair, represented by Director Musuni. Mukaripisha na makofi.
Thank you. Hamjambo. My name is Joseph Tiampati Olemusuni. I'm an independent board member at KIPPRA, representing our chair of the board, Professor Paul Wachana. And I'm privileged to make these remarks during KIPPRA mentorship program for universities and TVETs in this esteemed Chuka University. The Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, Professor Henry Mutembei, Mikiugu, Ndokyugu, yes, sorry, thank you. Who is our chief guest for today? DVC Academic Affairs, Professor Nduru, DVC Administration, Professor Kindiki. The Executive Director, KIPPRA, represented by Ms. Winnie Nguyu, invited partners, representatives from national government who are present here today, county governments and private sector, faculty members and students of all institutions, KIPPRA staff present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of you to this landmark occasion, the KIPPRA mentorship program for universities and TVETs. This is not just another workshop, it is a dynamic arena where ideas intersect with enthusiasm, where learning meets inquisitiveness, and where the pathways to tomorrow are charted. The KIPPRA mentorship program for universities and TVETs is our premier flagship project that has strategically positioned the institute in its endeavor to contribute to sustainable development in implementation of the country's youth development agenda. Let me begin expressing our heartless appreciation to Chuka University, led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Mutembei Ndoikyugu, for hosting this policy workshop for their willingness to collaborate with KIPPRA in efforts to build a strong community, particularly among the youth in the realm of public policy making. Your warm welcome has not gone unnoticed, and we are appreciative. I also wish to acknowledge our invaluable partners who have accompanied us on this journey to fostering a network of effective public policy advocates within universities and technical vocational education and training institutions, TVETs. Your support and feedback have been invaluable in implementing and enhancing the effectiveness of the program. Without your partnership, achieving many of the program's objectives would have been challenging. I am truly grateful for your cooperation and support in implementing the program. To the tireless teams at KIPPRA and Chuka University who worked behind the scenes to make today a reality, congratulations on a job well done. To all of you, I say once again, karibuni sana. About KIPPRA mentorship program for universities and TVETs. Regarding the KIPPRA mentorship program for universities and TVETs, this initiative aligns with KIPPRA's mandate to enhance human and institutional capacity in strengthening the country's public policy making process. The program aims to lay a strong foundation for students and faculty members to actively engage in public policy discussions, design, and implementation. Through mentoring, we equip participants with the necessary technical expertise, knowledge, skills, and attitudes to generate impactful evidence. In addition, the program prepares individuals for effective public engagement in the policy-making process. Since the inception of KMPUT's program in 2018, KIPPRA has organized 31 such events as the ED's representative has mentioned, with various universities and TVETs. We are honored to be at Chuka University this time, marking the beginning of a long-term partnership with this institution. And okay, what is the place of university vocational and technical training in nation building?
The country recognizes the role of tertiary institutions in developing the human capacity required in undertaking various economic, social, and political activities. These institutions are critical in building the requisite skills to enhance labor productivity in Kenya. As you will agree with me, the process of any nation, the progress of any nation is anchored on the strength and productivity of its workforce. According to the Universities Act 2022, the cardinal objective of universities is advancement of knowledge through teaching, scholarly research, and scientific investigation. This places our universities at the heart of national progress. These critical institutions play a central role in the development of critical philosophies, perspectives, and strategic solutions for the country's development through research for development, training, and building of the body of knowledge. On their part, graduates from universities, technical and vocational institutions play a role in economic development as workers, innovators, or entrepreneurs. The country greatly needs capable young people than ever before. These are youth who are diligent in their work, full of innovative ideas, and with unmatched entrepreneurial skills. Where is our place in the public policy making process? Involvement in the public policy making process is a responsibility that each of us shares, as we are both contributors and beneficiaries of public policies. Active engagement in policy shaping is a reflection of our commitment to advancing our nation. The Constitution of Kenya has bestowed education and training responsibilities to both national government and county governments. The national government is mandated to implement the functions of universities, tertiary educational institutions, and other institutions of research, policy formulation, standards, and implementation. The county governments are mandated with the functions of pre-primary education, village polytechnics, home craft centers, and childcare facilities. This allocation of functions calls for intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration for synergy and mutual benefits. We are in a new dispensation in public policy making process, which requires constructive public participation and inclusivity in defining a progressive development path. For instance, while Kenya Vision 2030 provides the long-term development path, every 5 years the national government spells out priority development agenda. For example, currently the government is implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda embedded in the fourth medium-term plan, MTP4. The transformation agenda is targeted to create jobs while reducing poverty and inequalities and to promote inclusivity. County governments prepare various policy instruments. They develop annual development plans, budgets, physical strategy papers, as well as expenditure frameworks. They are currently implementing the third generation of county integrated development plans that seeks to drive the respective counties' development agenda in the period 2023-24 to 2027-28. In the preparation of all this, the Constitution of Kenya gives you and I the right to be involved in public participation process. I urge all take advantage of the opportunity to make your contributions to the development agenda of your country, of your county. You and I initiate a public policy agenda and petition relevant government institutions to process the initiatives, as well as monitor and evaluate the implementation to ensure the desired state of development is achieved. Concerning our partnership journey, this event marks the beginning of our journey in working together to make our contribution to inform public policy making process. Allow me to thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mutembei, for accepting to fast-track the formalization of our modalities of engagement through the Memorandum of Understanding. This agreement sets a framework with which KIPPRA and the university can build synergies in public policy programs. Harnessing the link, and I also want to mention that we are ready to get involved in this 12th annual International Research Conference, which I see up there, that you are intending to have that sometime in March, and I will definitely take this matter on board to ensure that we work together as part of our partnership. To the students and faculty members, our country is yearning for better and timely design and effective implementation of policies and programs to solve our problems across the political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal spheres. It is now common knowledge that competency-based curriculum, CBC, is steadily advancing, and it will surely not be long before universities welcome the first cohorts of CBC-trained learners. This presents an exciting opportunity for our institutions of higher learning to reimagine their programs and teaching approaches to seamlessly accommodate these young people who urge for creativity, innovation, and practical skills. Is on another level. The KMPUT's initiative seeks to model you in career development in enhancing your capabilities to exploit various professional opportunities. You are therefore called upon to take a proactive role in utilizing the opportunities coming with this joint initiative, and I hope that many more students are going to join us as we go along in order to take advantage of this opportunity. Finally, distinguished guests, as I conclude, I urge all of us to participate actively in this event. I look forward to learning more from both our able presenters and the audience represented here. Make sure before you leave this place you learn something and create new, as well as create new networks. Asanteni sana, and may the deliberations begin. Thank you.
Let us give him a better clap. Another clap. Another clap for the management. Thank you so much for the wise words. Already there are job opportunities that have been announced here. Mulizisikia ama ni mimi nilisikia peke yangu? Hello? It's nice to be here. It's wonderful to be here. It's nice to be here. It's wonderful to be here. Aya, wache niwafundishe sasa. Nikisema it's nice to be here, unasema it's wonderful to be here. Nikisema it's wonderful to be here, unajibu it is nice to be here. Twende sasa. It's nice to be here. It's wonderful to be here. It's nice to be here. So, already there are job opportunities that have been announced here. We need to network. We need to get to know where people are, what they are doing, the policies that are there, so that when we complete, our studies, we don't start saying that there are no jobs when actually job opportunities have been announced here. Internship has been announced here, and I'm sure you've heard. So keep the networks. Keep the networks. Meet the KIPPRA people, talk to them, get to link up, get to network, so that you can be able to know where people are. Tuwapigie makofi ingine tena. Okay. So now, there are some people that had entertainments, and I don't know whether they are here. While they are bringing the entertainment, I want the staff, the tutor for Masal, the tutor for technical, the staff from Chuka University, and also our guests to just meet out here briefly with Professor Gidai, while I remain with the students, and then now we start our next session. Just meet there briefly. The tutors, the staff for Chuka University, the staff from KIPPRA, just to meet out here, and our guests just to meet out here, and then we continue. There are people that had entertainments here. Wako ama wako? Wako wapi? Wako wapi? Kuna watu walisema wao ni wa spoken word, wao ni wa poems, kuna watu wa creativity. some kind of creativity. Wako wapi? Hebu inua mkono kama uko hapo na ulijiandikisha, na kama hukujiandikisha na uko na a nice item, a nice creative item. Lift up your hands. Those from Masal, kindly, there is space here. Come and sit here. Come and sit here so that we can be together. Come and sit here. There are some spaces here. You can occupy from the third seat down. You can occupy. There are spaces here. Here, there are spaces here next to the cameraman. And even there, if they are not occupied, you can just have a seat there so that we are together here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Those from Masal Technical, ebu simameni tuwapigie makofi. Hatukuwa tumewapigia makofi vile mliingia. Ebu simameni tuwapigie makofi. Simameni tu. Tumefurahi sana vile mmekuja. Nyinyi si wa hapo? Nyinyi ni wa Chuka University? Okay. Tuwapigie makofi. Thank you for coming. Chuka University, ebu simameni tuone. Chuka University, kuna wengine hawakuwa that time. Just stand. Chuka University, stand. Wow. Wow, wow. Tuwapigie makofi. Chuka Technical, ebu simameni. Nyinyi ni mmepiga hawa wote. Ebu simameni. Simameni kabisa na mujiringe kidogo. Mujinyoroshe kidogo. Mujitengeneze. Maana mmekari the day. Ama aje Chuka University? Ama ni nyinyi mmekari the day? Ni nyinyi ama ni wao? Ni nyinyi ama ni wao? Tuwapigie makofi. Thank you so much for that. Entertainment. Nani akona poem? Nani akona spoken word? Nani akona kadance? Nani akona come. Kuja. Tumpigie makofi anapokuja. Tumpigie makofi mazuri, makofi mazuri. Yes. There is a lot of creativity and there is a lot of talent that we have. There is a God-given talent that you have and sometimes you don't exploit. When we talk about talent, sana you think about singing, you think about dancing, about spoken word, about what? But there is a lot of talent that we have. We have a lot of God-given talent. Yes. What do you have? Yeah, a poem. Okay, you say your name.
Is all protocols observed? Good morning. I am Despita Eneya Jesse, former student leader at Chuka Technical, and I'm happy to be here. I don't know if you've forgotten me. I was working here as an attaché last year at the office of the registrar, and I worked with her. I can say that she's a good person. I have a solo verse written here, and it's a poem about the struggles that people are going through in the country and how we can bring them together. I hope you'll get something from it. In the hushed echoes of twilight descent, whispers of want, a nation laments, symphonies of struggles, a solo's refrain, notes of hardship in the economic domain. Strings tied to the chords of need, harmonies of hunger. A nation pleads, the rhythms of hunger, a relentless beats in the hearts of the struggles where your dreams retreat. In Nairobi's bustling streets, where your hopes collide, lies a city of contrast, where fortunes decide, but in the shadows, poverty dwells, in silent alleys, where despair compels. From the shores of Mombasa to the Rift Valley expanse, a nation grapples with fate, in a despair dance, but beneath the shadows, a harsh truth lies, of dreams defied beneath the African skies. The market hums with activities, yet hunger persists as mothers who sweep for their children, their cries dismissed. In the land of plenty, so much is being denied, leaving many to suffer with dreams defied. Oh, my motherland, Kenya, the land of patriotism, integrity and pride, where the spirit of Ubuntu cannot be denied. May your whispers of want be ignited by the roar of progress and prosperity forevermore. So let us rise hand in hand to mend the broken chains and rewrite the story of Kenya's pain, for in every corner dreams take pride, and in every heart a burning light. With every skill a story told, of future bright and dreams bold. Together, strong and with inclusivity, let us trend to a horizon vast ahead. Thank you very much.
Tumpigie makofi mazuri. Tumpigie makofi mazuri. Any other entertainer, any other person with a poem, with a song? Yes, come running, come running, come running. It's nice to be here. It's wonderful to be here. It's nice to be here. Do we have career ambassadors in the house? If you are a career ambassador, can you stand? Career ambassador from Chuka University. Career ambassadors. Stand if you are a career ambassador from Chuka University. Okay, tuwapigie makofi. If you are a student leader, from Chuka University, you are a student leader, kindly stand. If you are a student leader, even if you handed over power yesterday, you are still a leader in your own right. Hello? Hebu simameni if you are a student leader. Student leaders. You are the current treasurer. Wow. Any other student leader? Wow. Tumpigie makofi. Thank you so much. A student leader from Chuka Technical, if you are a student leader there. Wewe ni student leader. Tuwapigie makofi. A student leader from Masal Technical. Nasiju kama naiita vizuri. Ni Masal, Masi. It is what? Huh? Marcel. Okay. You are a student leader there. Makofi kwake. Thank you so much. Yes, you have a what? A spoken word. Okay, karibu.
Good morning. I'm Krens Peter from Chuka Technical and also a CEO, Banner and Successors. It is an online earning platform. So I have a spoken word. I am an artist, but it's not an original one. So nili grow up nikijua matusi ni mbaya, na ndio maana hata drugs mi mwenyewe siwezi afford ku abuse. Ati ni heri niwe so ba kuliko ulevi nifanye ni waste so kwa ba. Na hata kama mimi ni form 4 liver, najua pombe inaharibu form ya liver. Education is the key. Sorry nimesahau. So have a blessed day and be blessed.
Hata kusahau inakubalika ama aje? Kusahau inakubalika ama ikubaliki? Inakubalika, si ndio? It's a good trial. Another person that has a song, a poem, a spoken word. There were so many people that registered spoken words in my office. Where are they? Where are those people with spoken word? Okay. All right. So now I'll give the student leaders an opportunity to come and tell us about their institution. Hello? I will start with the lady treasurer that won the elections, the recent elections. Come here and tell us about Chuka University. Where is she? The student leaders. Come here, tell us about Chuka University. Then after you, the guy from Marcel Institute, you come here and tell us about Marcel Institute. Hii ni wakati wa kuuza your institution. Are we together? Yes, you tell us about it. And then Chuka Technical, you decide among the two of you who is going to come and speak about Chuka Technical. Is that okay? And you should know that we are live on Facebook. We are alive on Facebook. Actually, tell them to go to Chuka University official page live. Facebook, Chuka University official Facebook page. Tell them to go there so that they can see you marketing your institution.
Praise the Lord. Hello everyone. In front of you is Andres Pakendi, the current treasurer. I'm actually the tallest in our midst. Yeah, praise the Lord. So welcome to Chuka University, the only prophetic university in the world. Did you know that? Did you know that? So in the entire world, this is the only prophetic university. And the prophecy says that it is a mountain where bands will come and they will carry something from that mountain. So as you have arrived here, just know you will not leave. We will not leave the way you came. Praise the Lord. So I'm urging each and every one of us. We have our brothers and sisters out there that have completed their high school studies, right? Yeah, so as they will be applying for their various campuses, please tell them. You can see our classes. We have very beautiful classes. Tell them that this is the best institution, the only prophetic university, and we are actually having very great buildings here. Others are being completed. Our libraries, we have multiple libraries. We have very big laboratories. Others are being completed. So thank you so much, and I wish all of us a good day as we learn and empower each other. May the Lord bless you. Thank you so much. Yes. And Rispa Candy. Yeah.
Yes, the gentleman from Marcel Technical. Give him the mic.
Good morning. Okay, I'm Gideon Motegi from Mass Hill. Mass Hill is a few miles from Chuka General, 2 kilometers I bet. And Mass Hill is a great technical institute. And there in Mass Hill, we have various courses. To those who are watching, we welcome you to Mass Hill. Mass Hill offers engineering courses like plumbing and electrical, and it does beauty, cosmetology, and we have healthcare for the nurse assistant, and it's a great place to be as a student. For those who still watching, welcome you to Mass Hill, and to all of you, you are also welcome to visit our institution. It's a really good institution. Thank you.
Chuka Technical.
Morning. By name, I'm Elvis Lucky Odoyo, the current CS accommodation. I took over from that great man by the name Despita, a very good friend of mine. So, Chuka Technical is a nice place. Indeed, we expand on various fields, and anybody who feels like joining, you are welcome. We don't only concentrate on academics, but we also go to further field like sports activities, where we have several people, athletes, football, and several games. So all I can say is that if you're out there and you want to know more about Chuka, you can get to know more about that through our platforms. You can find us in TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. Our pages are all over social media. So feel free. You are all welcome. You can pay us a visit. Thank you.
Okay, let us give him a better clap. There are some claps that we are told. We have the makofi ya kilo. Mnajua makofi ya kilo? Hebu tupige makofi ya kilo. Moja. Ni hiyo tu. Nafikiria makofi ya kilo ni ile 3, ama? Hebu tupige makofi ya kilo. Tena. Then I hear kuna makofi ya digital. Nani atanionyesha makofi ya digital? Makofi ya digital? Aha. Haya, makofi ya digital. Mbona isikiki? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Alafu kuna makofi ya parliament. Ya parliament inakuanga gani? Ya miguu, si ndio? Haya, 1, 2, 3, 4. Na hata hakuna mtu amesikia mmepiga miguu, si ndio? Hebu tupige ndio wale wako chini wasikie. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for that. We are really grateful for the institutions that have been present today. We are really grateful for that. Now, a bit of in-house matters, because I don't think I had talked about it. When you just leave this room, on the right, we have washrooms for ladies and washrooms for gents. So if you want to relieve yourself, you go there. However, our program is going to be very short today, because we started slightly late. We have lunch prepared for you, and lunch for very many people. Chuka University. Kuna mtu anainama leo. Leo kuna mtu anafanya nini? Anainama. Na kuna nini? Lunch. Hebu mtext umwambie afike hapa haraka. Na kupatia tu dakika chache. Text your classmates. Waambie leo wasiiname. Leo kuna lunch. Hello? Leo kuna nini? Mtu asijaribu kufanya nini? Kuinama. Ni makosa muiname na niitie watu kwa barabara wachukue hiyo chakula. Because we prepared food for around 400 students. Can you imagine? But they have to be here in this forum today and tomorrow. They have to be here today and tomorrow. Please text them. Please text your classmates, your friends. Let them come for this particular session, so that after these 2-3 sessions, we go for lunch. Then we go. Then we come tomorrow again. Tomorrow again, we have very, very interesting programs. So again, tomorrow we are here. You make it early. The Chuka Technical was here very, very early. The rest of you, please come also very early. Kuna mtu anainama leo. Hello? Hebu mtext friend yako muulize leo unainama. Usiiname. Mwambie asiiname. Hello? Mwambie asiiname. Afike hapa. KIPPRA mentorship program, so that we can be able to get the mentorship that KIPPRA has brought. They have set aside resources, they have set aside time so that they can be able to be here with us, and therefore it's very important for us to attend this particular session. Any other entertainment? Any other entertainment? Or you have something you want to tell people? Come, you're coming, eh? Aya, kuja mbio. I like such people.
Good morning. I'm Gedire Rehaboidera, an alumni of Chuka Technical and Vocational College. Mine is not much. A simple song by someone who have come to adore, someone who have come to love. It's called Daima by Eric Wainaina. So I'll just perform a few verses and then nitarudisha mic. Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Ni lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata moja anayetenganisha. Naishi natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakustushwa na risasi wala kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Thank you.
Hebu tumpigie makofi mazuri. Mumesikia sauti? Na ulichukua jina? Ama hujachukua jina? Una miss opportunities ukiwa umeketi hapo jameni. Haya, there is somebody with a dance entertainment request. Nani ako na ka dance? Nani ako na ka dance? Yes, come. Come as we are waiting for Silvanus to bring the speaker. We are waiting for Silvanus to bring the speaker. Yes, how are you? Yes. Pale kwa media, yule ndio wa media yule. Hebu enda hapo. You can connect for him that song. And I've told you, creativity is not only about dancing, singing, poems, spoken word. True or false? There is a God-given gift and talent God has put inside you. I want you to take a minute and ask yourself, what is it that I am good at? Hata kama si masomo. Maybe you don't get an A in class, but there is something that you know you are good at. Ama Mungu alikuumba tu hivi akaweka empty whatever. There must be something, isn't it? I want you to take a minute and ask yourself, what is it that you are good at? What is it that you're good at? It may not be an A in class. It may be something that you need to explore, you need to pursue, you need to learn more, you need to get mentored so that you can be able to become better. After this dance, I want to bring a lady called, and I'm forgetting her name and she's just right before me. A lady that did an innovation on making sanitary pads from banana fiber. And I was somewhere last week. I also saw sanitary pads from sugarcane. Sasa tafakari ya babu. Are we together? So I'll bring her after this. She will come. Pamela Apuko. She will come and say something. Wapi wimbo? Bado. Wimbo imeanza ama ijaanza? There.
Good morning. Yeah, we have a presentation of dance. You can just enjoy.
She a bubbling that she's me wifey. No fun, no flashing, that will feel free. She a wine it up like she's me wifey. No fun, no flashing, that will feel free. Discreet, discreet, discreet. No one have to know, so we keep it discreet. Discreet, discreet, discreet. No one have to know, so we keep it discreet. No one have to know, so we keep it discreet. And we live life on the law, better keep the mystery. Don't need to show in your story. Show, back chat for me. Wine up on the thing, you know. Yeah, we do the fun, man. You hard like in my dinner. So turn off your phone, girl. I don't need no yes or no. If you want me, get it done. Otherwise, I take someone who not care about Instagram. Yeah, the man I discreetly. Come by my side, leave it up completely. So right on me, man, skills you gently. If you see one, first stop it immediately. She a bubbling like she's me wifey. No fun, no flashing, that will feel free. She a wine it up like she's me wifey. No fun, no flashing, that will feel free. Discreet, discreet, discreet. No one have to know, so we keep it discreet. Discreet, discreet, discreet. No one have to know, so we keep it discreet. Them see me reaching goal and I don't need no idol. Girl, I come fi whining up, it satisfy my soul. Shut up me and make the wanna see a girl alone. Never fall, man, a real girl is never jack at all. Technically, really man, but turn off your phone, girl. No story, not chat, no one need to know that. Talk, them talk, yeah, they like it real fast. It's the only rule, after that, give me the full pack. She a bubbling that she's me wifey. No fun, no flashing, that will feel free. She a wine it up like she's me wifey. No fun, no flashing, that will feel free. Discreet, discreet, discreet. No one have to know, so we keep it discreet. Discreet, discreet, discreet. No one have to know, so we keep it discreet.
Let us give them a better clap. A better clap. A better clap. It's nice to be here. It's wonderful to be here. I've told you that gifts and talents is not about only singing and only dancing. So I want to bring Pamela Apuko. Where is she? Pamela Apuko. Where is she? She has stepped out. Ah, you are there. Okay. Come. Yes? You want to project? Great. Please do. Project. So I'm telling you to think. We are told not to be telling students to think outside the box. We were told to tell you there is no box at all. There is no box. So you can think and think and think even the unthinkable. Where there is that unthinkable, that is where innovation is. Where there is that impossibility, that's where innovation is. So don't think out of the box. There is no box. There is no box. Ambia mwenzako there is no box. Mwambie vizuri there is no box. If Pamela Apuko can make sanitary pads from banana fiber, and somebody else can make sanitary pads from sugarcane remains, the remains of sugarcane, then there is also an innovation that you can come up with. Maybe it is just out of your home. Maybe it is somewhere. Think about something that you can be able to do. Even that which looks like it is impossible to be done, it is possible to be done. Even the person that came up with an M-Pesa services is just a human being like you. True or false? He's just a human being like you. They just thought out of the box. Someone who came up with WhatsApp, someone who came up with Facebook, they are just human beings like you and me. We were told there is no box at all. Just think. Look around. Around and also think about how you can solve people's problems, because that is where innovation comes from. You look around, you see people have challenges or people have problems here and there. Think about how you are going to solve those problems. From there, your innovation will come from there. Are we together? So just look around, because education is supposed to make your life better and the life of other people better. So think there is no box. We are not going to tell you to think out of the box. We are telling you there is no box. Just think, just come up with innovation, come up with something which is unique, and who knows, you may form one of the biggest companies in this world. One of the biggest companies. Like this M-Pesa thing. It's a Kenyan thing, but it has become almost global. Actually, it is global. People can send money from wherever they are, they can send money. So, think. Pamela, we are giving you a few minutes, and then from there, Sylvanus takes over the program. After Pamela, or unataka ku...
Maybe I just want to highlight the next session before, as Pamela prepares the song. Apologies, I think most of you might not be having a copy of the program, but just to bring to speed on subsequent events that speakers will be speaking to us. Quite a time for me also to manage our time quite well. Yeah, it's just 10 minutes to noon. So we have, after this, Pamela will take stage, then Pamela will come to the stage. She does what she knows best for, I think, 5 minutes more, so she will take well. Then we'll have a presentation by a colleague from KIPPRA, Marcy Owich. She will take us through just the highlights of the public policy making process. It's not like a real kind of training, but just some key highlights. Then we'll have Dr. Evelyn Anopi from State Department of Economic Planning. She will run us through the discussions on government policies that are there in planning that are meant to support youth talents and also provide opportunities for youth. Then we request, we've agreed that we request, we take a break for lunch, but on one condition that we be good citizens. We have lunch and come back. That means if we don't come back, you see Madili Mzuri. When you come back in the afternoon, you have someone from, that's Chalo, from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, telling us about how we can use national values as a driver for promotion of youth talents. Then we'll have our lecturers panel closing for the day, where they will share with us opportunities are there in this university that some of us students we do not know. And also you'll get to learn lessons from other institutions, what they're doing, and how best they can help you get opportunities out there. So I think now, where is Pamela? Oh, okay. Pamela, now you can come and do your magic. Karibu.
Our chief guests, staff, honorable guests, all the protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. My name is Pamela Apuko, a Master of Student and also an innovator at Chuka University, working on safe sanitary pads made from banana fibers. In Kenya today, 2 out of 5 girls drop out of school because of lack of sanitary pads. 65% of Kenyan girls and women are still struggling to get affordable sanitary pads. And as we live in the 21st century, as a country, we are working towards achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by Vision 2030. And therefore, as an innovator, I came up with an idea to make sanitary pads from banana fibers. This is a safe, affordable, and also high-quality sanitary pad using natural raw materials. Kindly, how do we? Oh, thank you. So the existing problem, I've already said that 65% of Kenyan girls are straining or struggling to get affordable sanitary pads because the existing menstrual hygiene products are prohibitively expensive. They are non-biodegradable, leading to environmental hazards. They are also inaccessible, especially in low-income regions, and also some result to unsafe health conditions by causing itching or irritation in most girls. And therefore, our solution is to bring and produce a biodegradable sanitary pad from banana fibers, which is a natural resource and also a waste product that is renewable, because in most communities today you can find bananas everywhere, and most farmers discard it without any use. So we tend to empower communities and bring a solution that is going to save over 500 million girls and women globally. We obtain our sanitary pads by using locally available machines. We don't import. As you can see in the photo, we have an extractor or a decorticator. That is the one we use to extract the fibers, and also other machines that are locally made, and we come up with our final product, the safe sanitary pads. One of the things we target is the Sustainable Development Goals. I was trying to look at the KIPPRA website, and I saw that you have the 2019-2030 menstrual hygiene management policy. And therefore, as a community development expert. We mostly deal with policy implementation, among others. And I'm looking forward as I work in my innovation in promoting good health and well-being, promoting quality education, gender equality, responsible consumption and production, climate action, reducing inequalities. We can work together in promoting menstrual hygiene management in our country, in Africa, and across the globe. Our market opportunity lies mostly by schoolgirls. As if we can look at the percentages, schoolgirls are at 50%. That is most girls coming from low-income rural communities, and others, schoolgirls are at 30%, low-income or rural communities at 50%, the environmentally conscious market as at 10%, and others who have not decided whether to use biodegradable or locally made products are at 10%. Our market surveys lies deeply on producing biodegradable and eco-friendly sanitary pads that is still emerging. Most products are non-biodegradable, which we see has led to environmental hazards. And our concrete evidence has shown that there is no successful market penetration and it still remains scarce. And therefore we look forward to become the first innovation or product that is going to venture into the market before the end of this year. Our competitive advantage is that we are making a sustainable production from using the locally available raw materials of banana fibers throughout the process, and also to the end product that is fully biodegradable, affordable, and is certified. Our prototype we have done in different institutions, especially in Meru, where we have been exhibiting our products yearly, and also here in Chuka University. Our business model lies from retailers or middlemen, wholesale distribution, schools, direct sales, or online sales. Our teams are made of 2 gentlemen and me, a lady, and we also have an advisory board from the institution. Our financial projection, that is how it lies. We are going to sell our sanitary pad at 57, let's say 60 Kenya shillings, making a net profit of 12. And therefore, at the end of the year, if we sell a packet at 60% and per packet in a month is 10,000, then our net profit lies at 120, and yearly it will be 1.4. And if we project it in 2 years, our net profit will be 1.7 million. Our conclusion is that let us all embrace sustainable banana fiber sanitary pads as we work collectively to work towards a future where girls and women have access to menstrual hygiene products that are affordable, biodegradable, and easily accessible. And therefore, let us invest in a sustainable future as we work with the government in the bottom-up transformation agenda and making our country move forward. Thank you.
I think Pamela deserves a better applause. Yeah, thank you very much, Pamela. So at this point, I want to call upon Mercy to give us a short presentation. Maybe it should take about 30 minutes at most. And Pamela, don't forget, tomorrow we'll have, I don't know if you will come in today, but we have someone from Kenya Corporate Board. They will guide you on how to make sure that when you have this done, you can patent it, so that you know, Gen Z, kuna mwenye ataiba hii ujuzi yako sahi na anasema ni yake, so make sure that you get that, they guide you how to patent so that it becomes your own work, so no one should copy it. The ICT team, kindly.
Good morning, all. My name is Masioich. I'm from KIPPRA, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. And I'm going to make this presentation of public policy making process. First of all, it's quite a privilege to stand here before you. I know I had earlier interacted with some of you on Monday and Tuesday. So this topic is not quite new since we've had a snippet of it. So it's going to be brief, and I hope at the end of it, you would have gained something. So what is a policy, and what is a public policy, and what is a public policy making process? So when we speak about policy, most of the time we think about law, but policy is not a law. Policy is more than a law. It's about laws and regulations. It's about government programs. It's about government budgets, government spending habits, and sometimes it's about the government just sitting and deciding to do nothing. So when we speak about policy, policy from a layman's point of view, it's a deliberate decision by the government to achieve a certain goal or to solve a particular problem. So a policy is supposed to help the government answer specific answers to certain questions like, what is the problem? What do we want to achieve? And what are we going to do to achieve it? So it's just the daily things that the government does that affects our daily livelihoods. So when I speak about public policy, a public policy is, again, that decision by the government to solve a problem, but in a manner that improves the livelihood of its citizens. So the main objectives of this session today is to enhance our awareness and understanding of public policy. I know policy is something that is not too new to us. We've all interacted with the word policy. We're going to discuss the roles of various players in public policy. We're going to appreciate the importance of public policy and outline the features of a good public policy. So just as I said earlier, policy is the deliberate decisions by the government to solve a particular problem and also to, in a manner that improves the livelihood of its citizenry. How does a policy occur? A problem surfaces, a problem appears, and then the government decides on what it's going to do. And then once that decision is made, the decision is being implemented. And then finally, people feel the impact of the decision. The impact can either be positive or the impact can either be negative. But at the end of the day, it's affecting your life in one way or another. So let's look at policy etymology. When I talk about etymology, etymology is the linguistic study of the genesis of a word and how it has evolved over time. So a policy etymology describes and makes us understand the root of policy in governance and administration. So the word policy was first derived from a Greek word polis, which means a city or state, literally meaning how a state is being governed. It then entered the Latin word politia, which means a state, government, and also administration, to mean how a state is being organized and how a state is being governed. It was then adopted into the old French word politia, to mean civil administration and public order. It then entered the early and the middle English as policy. When it was adopted into the old French word, it became policy. It then entered the early and mid English as policy, still meaning civil administration, public and public order. Then it then evolved into the current word policy in the current English that we use. That is the standard English that we all use. So what is a policy? A policy is a purposeful statement of intent. It must have a purpose. It must have an intention. It's either written or spoken. Yeah, it can be noted down or somebody can just speak about it, and it must have an objective. It aims at solving a specific problem or problems, meeting some set of objectives. What is a public policy? A public policy is a statement of intent. There must be intention in it. Any word cannot be a policy, but a word with an intention in it qualifies to be a policy, but upon meeting some other criteria. It's anchored on a set of principles. Kindly note the highlighted words. We have it's as anchored on a set of principles. When we speak of principles, what comes to our minds? These are the sets of rules and standards that guides the government on what to do and how it should act. It defines a particular course of action. These are the various paths of action that the government can decide to follow, the various paths of action that the government can decide to do, that the government will be committed to towards attainment of some specific goals in the interest of the public. When we speak of the government in this case, we are referring to the authority that is making the decision. The authority here can be the national government, it can be the county government, it can be a ministry, each playing a different role. When we speak of interest of the public or the nation, then we mean it must be for the good of the nation. It must be for the good of the majority. The impact should be there to benefit the public, not an individual. So we have this gentleman called Safraz, and he made this metaphor about a public policy, that a public policy does not have a teeth, but it bites. What this gentleman meant is that a public policy itself is not a force. It's just a statement of intent. It's just a guiding decision. It cannot compel you to do anything unless it is legally supported by the law. That's when it becomes binding and enforceable. But it bites to mean that the moment it gets that support, the moment it becomes enforceable, then the consequences are real. The consequences changes our daily behavior. The consequences changing come in terms of us having to change who we are, having to change our obligations, having to change how we act in the society. Let's take for an example, a simple example. When the government said that primary education is compulsory for everyone, the government just made a pronouncement. It didn't do anything at that point. So what it means that is when this policy was pronounced, it could not compel the parents to take their children to school. But the moment this policy was given a legal backing, the moment it was given the teeth, what happens now? The parents are forced to take their children to school. And when the children go to school again, the government now has to provide facilities to accommodate these students. And any parent who do not comply can be penalized for non-compliance. So what did the policy do? What did the legal backing do? It simply bites in that it changes the behavior, it's changing the behavior of the society and the obligation of the parents. Another example is when the government says that there's going to be an increase on the tax that is paid on the fuel. The policy itself cannot collect the tax. But upon implementation of this policy into a law, what happens now? The cost of fuel goes up, the cost of commodities goes high, the cost of transportation goes high, and it's the common mananchi, you and I, that feels the impact. That is now the teeth biting us. So it bites us by increasing the cost of living. There's also an interaction, a correlation between public interest and private interest. Naturally, the public policy exists to protect public interest. It's supposed to safeguard public interest and maximize public gain. But at the same time, public policy cannot exist alone. It has to create enabling environments for the private sector so that they can act in a way as much as they are benefiting the public also can benefit. For example, when we look at the National Housing Program, it's meant to benefit the public, but the government cannot achieve it alone. So what does the government do? The government introduces tax initiatives to attract private investors to invest into the policy. In return, these investors benefit from the gains, the profit, the dividends accrued to them from their investment. And in return, what does the public gain? The public gains services from the private sector. The public gains employment from the public sector. So there's that interconnection between the two sectors. Then we also have dimensions of a public policy. When we speak about dimensions, what do we mean? These are just the factors that determine the formation of a policy, the implementation of a policy, and the impact of the policy in a society. So we first look at the political dimension. What does the political dimension do? Political dimension focuses on the powers. It focuses on the interest. It focuses on the decisions. Yeah, it looks at who influences the policy and how. For example, it could be an election affecting a policy. It could be a leadership priority affecting a policy. It could also be public pressure. So still let us look at the example of the National Housing Program. Why is the government prioritizing this program? It's because the government is under the pressure of the promises it made during its campaign. And now the government has to deliver on that. Yeah. When we look at the economic dimensions, this is about the cost, it's about the benefits, the incentives, the opportunities, and the resource allocation. It's about who pays what, who benefits what, and what is the economic efficiency of this particular policy. So when the government decides to introduce tax incentives to the private sector, what is the government doing? The government is trying to attract the private sector to be part of this program. The social dimension. This is more about the equity. We interact with social factors every day. It's about equity. It's about our welfare. It's about the social outcomes. It's about how the policy is affecting every group within the society, within the republic. Yeah. So still on the housing program. The government says it's targeting low-income households, yeah, so that they can also benefit from this social responsibility. We look at technological factors. Technological is more about digital systems and use of innovations. For example, this is a technological factor. Sometimes in the housing levy, there's that online platform where you can make your application. It's not physical the way things used to happen before. Then environmental is more about sustainability and environmental impact. The focus being on climate resilience. And currently the government is insisting on greenhouse standards. Whenever you're doing a building, you have to adhere to greenhouse standards. And then we have legal dimensions. This is about the laws, the regulations, the authority, and the enforcement, ensuring that the policy falls within the required framework and it abides by the Constitution. So we have various types of public policy. There's so many, but I just narrowed down to these four. We have distributive policies. Just from the word distribution, it's about sharing resources, but in a more equitable manner, so that every person within the republic benefits. So when the government pronounced itself on free primary education, it means that every child within the republic is going to benefit from free education. When the government said that there's going to be a fertilizer incentive, the government wasn't targeting farmers in Chuka. The government was targeting farmers within the entire republic. When the government said that there's going to be cash transfers to the elderly, the government did say that we're only going to finance the elderly within Chuka. It was going to finance every elderly who meets that criteria within the entire republic. So that is equity in sharing. Then regulatory is still about the laws, the institutions, and the authority. And these are regulations that ensures that every person and every policy adheres to the Constitution and behaves in a required manner. For example, we have institutions like court, which exist to interpret the law. We also have legal agencies that oversee the housing program. When we talk about stabilization, these are policies that aim to stabilize the economy and to protect the economy from shocks like inflation from shocks like unemployment. Yeah, sometimes you hear that the Central Bank of Kenya is adjusting the interest rate, and why do they do that? They're doing that to curb inflation, reacting to it. And then we also have developmental policies, which focuses more on long-term, on the future, long-term future, and also infrastructural developments. You've heard of Thika Super Highway, Mombasa Highway. There's another highway being constructed, yeah? So it's more about the long-term future. Forms of public policies. These are the avenues through which the government expresses and applies the policies. Yeah, there's a way the government acts. It must have channels on how it's going to act, or on how it's going to deliver, or on how it's going to express this policy. So let's look at constitution, the laws, and the regulations. We have lawyers in the house. Yeah. And our constitution is, as we all know, is the supreme law of the land. It's a law that supersedes any other law, any other regulation, and any other rules. So what does the constitution do? The constitution sets the rule of the game for the government. The constitution determines everything. It guides the government on what to do and what the government should protect. So in short, the policy must be based on, it must abide by, and it must be consistent to the constitution. It must not go outside the constitution. When we speak about the laws, laws are just the rules that have been passed by the legislative assembly, and they into binding laws. Yeah. So, for example, a policy that do not fall within a law, or do not fall within an act of parliament, automatically becomes null and void. Yeah. So, if a policy does not is not consistent with the constitution, neither if a policy is in conflict with the law, always the law will win. There's no way the policy will win over the law and the constitution. Let's take an example of SHA. As we all know, SHA had its own controversies. When SHA was introduced, what happened? The government came up with a policy on national health financing. Yeah, that was the policy. The government wanted every person to have access to medication without facing any financial hardship. Then what did the government do? In order to give this particular policy a legal backing, the legislature had now to enact an act of parliament called now the Social Health Insurance Act of 2023, so that this particular policy was anchored on a particular law. But questions arose on how the law came to be. So when SHA was challenged at the court, the High Court stated that some parts of the law were unconstitutional, since they did not have adequate backing or adequate public participation, rendering it null and void. The government went and appealed that SHA should continue operating while the appeal was pending. That just shows how the courts or legal institutions exist to interpret and to enforce the policies. Plans and programs. Plans are roadmaps. They simply give a roadmap of what the government wants to do, whereas the programs is now the actual action on the ground. It's the practicality of the policy. So, for example, when the government says that came up with a national housing policy, what was the intention of the government? It wanted to ensure that every citizen have an access to a decent and affordable housing. That was the policy. Now, the government had to come up with a roadmap on how it's going to achieve this particular initiative. It had to detail down a plan explaining how many houses are going to be constructed. Where are these houses going to be constructed? How much are they going to allocate to this particular project? Who is responsible? And what are the timelines? So the plan, which is called the National Housing Plan, just established the policy into a what? Into a roadmap. Then came the program. What is the program? The program now is the construction of the houses we are seeing everywhere. There's also the registration of beneficiaries already ongoing, and also some houses have been allocated. It is at this point now that the citizens are experiencing the impact of the policy that the government had in mind. Then we have strategies which simply explain how an objective is going to be achieved. The question is, the government asks itself, what do we want to do? And then now the strategy is, how are we gonna get there? We want to provide affordable housing to our citizens. What are we going to do? We want to solve the issue of unemployment. What are we going to do? We've recently seen the government come up with Nyota program. What does Nyota program focus on? It focuses on training the youth. It focuses on providing grants to support businesses. It's also providing grants to enhance the income that the youth already have. So in this way, Nyota program helps the government now to reduce youth unemployment. Yeah. So because it's coming at such a time that the youth really need employment. So this is a strategy that the government is using to do what? To reduce unemployment and poverty, so that it doesn't come a crisis, so that the youth no longer lives on handouts. We also have case studies and case files. Case studies are just lessons we learn from real life experiences. What is happening in Chuka that is not working in Pwani University? So maybe Pwani University comes to Chuka to learn their best practices and goes to implement it. For example, the government going to Kwale County to find out how successful the housing program is in Kwale, then deciding to come and replicate it to the entire nation. Then case files, these are just existing records that help the government to apply and make the words and make the policies. For example, case files on maybe how many houses have been constructed, how many people have applied, where do these people belong? Do they belong to that category of people who this initiative was intended for? So why should we have a public policy? We should have a public policy first because it helps the government to understand the problem of its people and to solve them in a structural and systematic way, not just randomly. The government should not wake up today and we're like, we're solving a problem in Chuka. No, there should be a mechanism in which the problems are identified and then the government prioritizes how it's going to solve them. Then we also have prioritization of public sector plans. This is now where the government decides between these two problems at hand, which one do I solve? Why should I forgo constructing a government office and maybe finance an hospital or a university or the education sector? Then prevention and reduction of waste. Here simply what the policy helps the government to ensure that the money goes into spending that it was intended for. And that is why we have rules, like we have procurement laws, which ensures that everything that is done falls within those laws and no single fund should be wasted. And then we also have correcting the markets and the society by promoting a balanced security, law and order. That is now where we have the legal institutions existing. We have the courts to help interpret the law. We have other legal agencies. We have the ODPP. We have the police. We have so many partners helping here. And then protection of resources, environment and culture. Here we have things like the forest and wildlife policies. We also have the protection of cultural heritage. One thing I'm sure you don't know is that the Supreme Court of Kenya is a national heritage and it falls under the Museum of Kenya. So nothing can be done to it and the government will protect that building. Hata tukikufa we go, it will stand there and it will be protected because it's a national heritage. And then we also have interpersonal and intergovernmental relations. This is now where the policy helps communities and people to work harmoniously. It stipulates what is the role of the government, what is the role of the counties, and where do they now cooperate to work together. Then now features of a good policy. A good policy must be visible, it should be clear, it should be simple, it should not just be a piece of paper that is there for admiration. It should be something that can be actioned on and the government must have resources to implement it. It must be evidence-based, it must be backed by facts, by data. It should not just be a guesswork or that there's a water problem in Chuka, but you can't justify that there's a water problem in Chuka. So you must have your facts that helps you to defend whatever you are trying to put through. And then it must be technically sound and comprehensive. A good policy must be worked through thoroughly, and it must also cover all the key aspects of a problem. All the corners of a problem it must tackle. And then we have forward and outward looking. It must be future oriented while also learning from others. We want to go to Singapore, yes, it's a good plan, but going there means that we also have to learn to others and know how they got to Singapore. Yeah, and we must also align ourselves with the global, regional, and best practices. It must be purposive, meaning that a good policy must have an intent. It must have an objective that is well understood and known to everyone. Every action must be aligned to that particular goal. You cannot say that you want to solve youth unemployment and then along the way now you want to solve a war crisis somewhere. It doesn't work that way. And then it must be innovative and reasonable. It must be open to new ideas that create stability. It must also allow for improvement. It shouldn't be so strict. Yeah, it should be flexible enough. Then constitutional and legal, it must be fair. It must follow all the due procedures. It must be legitimate and must be consistent to the constitution. That is the number one thing. Thank you so much. And then who makes public policy? We have various stakeholders who plays different roles in public policy making. We have international institutions. Well, international institutions do not govern a country, but they do influence our policies through their funding. They also give guidance on how a policy should run, among others. We have institutions like World Bank. We have United Nations. We have International Monetary Fund. We also have World Health Organization, and by being a member of it, they easily influences how our policies work. We also have civil societies. These ones, they protect human rights. We have the KIPPRA Kenya. We have faith-based organizations. We have NGOs. Yeah, and we also have academia and research institutions. Now, this is where KIPPRA falls in through their advisory to the government. We also have media, and media plays a key role in policy making. The media can give pressure to the government in a way that the government will not have a space to breathe. So what does the media do? The media enlighten the people on what is going on, what is working, what is not working, where the weaknesses are, while at the same time giving pressure to the government. And then we have the public, who is us. How do we influence her, and how do we make policy? We make policies by voting. We make policies through public participation. We also make policies by accepting and also rejecting a policy. You have the right to do that, and the government must listen to you. We have now the national government, which is now the authority that makes these decisions. But it also have other key players like the ministries who implement, sorry. We have ministries, we have agencies, we also have other players who are key in implementing the national policies, and we now have the county governments who are key in the implementation of national policies. At the same time, the counties also make their own policies. So what is a public policy cycle? What does the process look like? It starts by problem identification. This is the stage where now you bring the evidence to justify that a problem actually exists. The government at this point will ask itself, what is the problem? The problem is water shortage in Chuka. Who is affected? The Chuka University students. How large is the problem? The university is held ransom. It cannot run because it lacks water. Why should we care about this problem? Yeah, this is now where you bring your evidence to convince that actually this problem is there and the government should care. Then we go to agenda setting. This is now where you bring out the evidence to convince the government as to why your problem or the problem that is existing should be prioritized over the other. You are trying to convince the government that you should fund education or health against and forfeit maybe constructing a Chuka University administration block and all that. So this is the point of conviction, the point now where you give all your best so that your problem is prioritized. Then we have policy design. At this point now, all available actions are tabled, and each action has to be justified. Now you bring out the cost factors, you bring out the trade-offs, this is where formulation takes place, this is where the drafting takes place, this is where everything takes place before deciding on the appropriate route of action to take. Policy approval is now where the policy is accepted and approved. Yeah, this is where all the boxes have to be checked. Is this particular policy ticking all the boxes, yes or no? Yeah, the policy is then presented to the cabinet and the legislative if the policy requires legislation and funding. Once it's passed, it's adopted by the cabinet, and then the legislative arm does what? Enacts an act of parliament that now anchors this particular policy, and then it's distributed to ministries and other departments for implementation. The implementation now is where the actual work takes place. It's being actualized. Allocation of duties takes place. Resources are being allocated. Yeah, plans and programs now comes in at this particular point. And then after implementation, we have policy monitoring and evaluation. At this point now, the government asks itself, have we achieved that which we intended to achieve? What have we learned? What are our mistakes? What can we drop? What can we do better going forward? And what lessons have we learned? And have the citizens benefited from this? And if yes, the benefit positive or negative? So at problem identification, this is where you analyze and ascertain the root causes, manifestation, and effects of your problem, but of course with an evidence. Yeah. Then you set the agenda where the problems are compared and priorities are set. Then policy design, you do initiation of the policy research, analysis, drafting, team composition, policy consultations, KIPPRA comes in here, and negotiations. It involves various stakeholders that we mentioned above. Then at the approval, you have the cabinet that adopts it. You have the county executive for the county policies. It's being processed at the national. It can be processed at the national or at the county assembly. And then there's also the Senate processing and then assenting into it by the president or the governor for the case of a county. Then it's always gazetted. Of course, it must be gazetted with an effective date. And then implementation, you create awareness, capacity building, activities, monitoring and evaluation and review takes place. And then bill or amendments to existing law where there's need for modification or rectification. This is the point where you do it after doing your review. Thank you. That is all that I had for you today. And maybe if there's a question, we'll take them and answer them later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mercy, for that wonderful presentation. Maybe you can give her some more round of applause for the job well done. Mercy is one of our researchers, and I think by training she's a lawyer, if I'm not wrong. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Madam Evelyn from State Department of Economic Planning to take us through what they do and what they have for the youth. And kindly put down your questions. After this session, we'll have a Q&A, then we'll take a break, then come back in the afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, as you've been told, my name is Evelyn Anupi. I work with the State Department for Economic Planning. That is one of the departments under the National Treasury. For most of you who are still students, it is always important for you to understand organization of government. For example, who is the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury? That particular ministry has 3 state departments. At least you should be able to know the principal secretaries in that particular ministry. For the State Department for Economic Planning, we have a PS. He's known as Dr. Boniface Makoha. And this presentation I'll be doing on his behalf. This is a presentation on national planning and how the government plans are striving to ensure that issues of youth mainstreaming are well catered for. When we talk about the word planning, what comes to your mind? Any volunteer? What do you understand by the word planning? Any trial? Yes? The gentleman? Mm-hmm. Laying strategies towards realizing a certain goal. Very well done. Thank you very much. So planning can take place at different levels. Remember, at an individual level, you must have a plan. When you wake up in the morning, what have you planned to do until the evening? At institutional level, again, you must have a well laid down plan, because if you fail to plan, then you are planning to fail. So for government, we are saying that national planning is a strategic process. The process involves setting long-term goals and priorities. When we talk about priorities, we are aware that resources are limited, whether it is time, whether it is human resource, whether it is financial resource. And given the scarcity of resources, then we must come up with priorities based on the many competing needs that we have as individuals, that we have as institutions, and that we have as a government. So the planning process guides the government's development agenda for socio-economic transformation, economic stability, as well as sustainable growth. When Mercy was doing her presentation, she focused on policies. Policy formulation is just one component of planning. So she has covered it very well, that I'm not going to do the policy formulation, but rather the general planning part of it. So apart from the policies, we know that we have programs, we have projects, and we have the legal environment. All those aspects form planning. And again, in the planning process, we must ensure that we are well aligned to the Constitution by ensuring stakeholder coordination and engagement. In the planning process, we normally develop blueprints. Anybody who is aware of the current blueprint that the government is using? The current blueprint? Yes? Sorry? That is the vehicle, but what is the blueprint? Just say it. The blueprint is the Kenya Vision 2030. You've heard about it? Si ndio, si mmeisikia? Okay. So we have been implementing the Kenya Vision 2030. It is nearing completion. And as it nears completion, then again we have to rethink and come up with a strategy. Where do we move from where we are? You've heard the president talking about going to Singapore. So through the planning process, we have to draw the road that is going to lead the country to Singapore. In the planning process, normally you have to make a decision. If you look at that pictorial presentation, there is a gentleman at crossroads. This can be at individual level, it can be at government level. And I want to use the Kenya Vision 2030. As I told you, we implement the Kenya Vision 2030 through medium-term plans. A medium-term plan is just used to unpack the long-term vision so that we have manageable plans, which is a 5-year roadmap. So we have already done medium-term plan 1, 2, and 3, and currently we are implementing medium-term plan 4. When that medium-term plan 4 comes to an end, we'll be having 2 years without a guiding plan. So as a government, it becomes very, very important for us to think, because we have to guide the country so that we are not in a period of lack of guidance. So given this pictorial, even at individual level, and especially for you students, you are graduating very, very soon at the end of your 4 years. So if you are standing there and there are 2 roads and you don't make a decision, remember, you are being prepared for employment. You are being prepared for entrepreneurship. But after graduation, if you are not sure and you don't have a plan and you do nothing, but you are just hoping for the best. So you just sleep in your mother's house, you wake up, you eat, you go back to sleep, and you are not doing anything. The job will not come looking for you at the door. So it is very, very important. Have a plan. Prepare your CV, be looking out on any job openings, do the application vigorously, and if you have hands-on skills, think about how to get some little capital, what kind of business can you start, where is your interest, how can you start it, and where do you mobilize resources for the same. But for government and in the planning perspective, we are normally required to develop a roadmap or a plan. One of the roadmaps is the Kenya Vision 2030, as I have told you, and we normally implement that through medium-term plans. For us to develop our roadmap, you have to reflect. A reflection is looking at the situation as it is. Where are we and where do we want to go? For example, we must undertake a situation analysis to have lessons learned, to understand the challenges, to understand the gaps as well as the opportunities. Once you have evaluated the past, then you are able to capitalize on the opportunities and to work on the weaknesses so that you develop a future plan. We know the future is about a dream, and it has to be a dream that can be actualized. Once you have planned for the future, then you have to walk the path by executing the plan. But this pictorial just tells you you cannot stand at the crossroads without taking any action. And it is not only the government that should take action, it is you at an individual level. It has to start with you. So the planning process, normally we have a structure of the government, and the planning function is undertaken by the State Department for Economic Planning. This particular agency has a number of actions, including national and sectoral development planning, statistics management, the census, population policy management, public policy research analysis, and economic forecasting. So when KIPPRA is in the house, then this particular number 5 mandate lies squarely upon them. I'll skip the other mandates and functions for the sake of time. In the organization of government, we know that we have specialized functions. For example, the one that KIPPRA is undertaking. So at the State Department, we don't undertake all our mandates alone. We have unpacked some of the mandates and we have given them to SAGAs or state agencies, KIPPRA being among them. We also have the Kenya Vision 2030. We have the National Government Constituencies Development Fund. We have KNBS. We have National Council for Population, and we have the new Partnership for African Development, that is NEPAD. All these agencies, plus the State Department, they normally have opportunities for internship, opportunities for attachment, and opportunities for employment. That is why after your graduation, you really need to think, where do you fit? What courses have you undertaken, and what skills and competencies do you possess? Again, networking will be very critical for you. So quickly, we'll just look at the National Development Planning Framework. And when we look about the framework, we are looking at policies, which was presented earlier on by Mercy. When we look at the legal environment, we are looking on the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Other frameworks include the County Government Act. We have the Public Finance Management Act. We have the Intergovernmental Relations Act, just to mention a few. In the planning process, I have told you about the Kenya Vision 2030, which is our long-term blueprint. For us to implement the Kenya Vision 2030, we are doing through a series of medium-term plans, as I told you. We have successfully done medium-term plan 1 up to 3, and currently we are doing medium-term plan 4. This may be a bit technical for you, but remember I told you, as you exit your training institution, you will be looking for an employment opportunity somewhere. This forms part of the basic questions that will be posed to you during the interview. So if you are not able to grasp everything, just try and remember the long-term blueprint for the country is the Kenya Vision 2030. We implement the Vision 2030 through a series of medium-term plans, and they are known as medium-term plans, currently at medium-term plan 4. That will be very, very important as basic knowledge for the youth of this country. So on the Kenya Vision 2030, I think this is just a repetition, but I just want to tell you that the vision has 3 pillars. The Kenya Vision 2030 has 3 pillars. One of them is economic, the second one is political, and the third one is social. So we have economic, social, and political pillars. Within those pillars, we have the various state departments and agencies with clear targets, with clear flagship projects, which they are expected to ensure full implementation so that together we are able to deliver on the Kenya Vision 2030. And we are not leaving out the county governments. They equally have a role to play. When we talk about government, we are also counting Chuka University. It is a training institution. It has a very clear mandate to ensure that they impart knowledge and skills to the students. And through that, they play a critical role in the social pillar. I talked about the medium-term plans and those periods that they have covered, so I'll not repeat that. But at the county level, I just want to mention that we implement the Kenya Vision 2030 through county integrated development plans, which is just a similarity to the medium-term plans. So the government of the day is using a vehicle to deliver on the Kenya Vision 2030. This vehicle is known as the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Before we came to use this vehicle, the previous government was using a vehicle known as the Big Four agenda. These two vehicles have a lot of similarities. It is just the packaging and the use of names. So the vehicle is normally used to refocus and to give priority and strength to what the government of the day feels is very, very key to the country and to the population. So under this particular vehicle of better, the aims to bring down the cost of living by lowering the inflation rate to 5%. It also aims at eradicating hunger, creating jobs, especially for the youth, expanding the tax base, improving foreign exchange balance, and achieving inclusive growth. So from that particular vehicle, you can see that the issues of youth, most of you who are seated here have already been mainstreamed in the better and also in the Kenya Vision 2030 and a series of the medium-term plans. In this better vehicle, we have 5 pillars. One of them is agriculture. We have the micro and small and medium enterprises. We have housing and settlement. We have healthcare. And finally, we have the digital superhighway and creative economy. So in the planning framework, I think I'll keep on repeating this because I want you to pick one item from here as your take home, because I know it will be very, very important for you. The long-term plan is the Kenya Vision 2030. We implement that through medium-term plans. We have already done 3 of them. We are on the 4th ones. Again, you find out that the medium-term plan covers 5 years, which is relatively long. So for us to be more focused, as I told you, every ministry, every state department has a responsibility to ensure effective implementation of the Kenya Vision 2030 through the medium-term plans. So every institution, every agency, every ministry, every state department is required to develop a strategic plan. A strategic plan is not a wish list. Normally, an institution such as Chuka University, you look at your competing needs, you ensure you prioritize the same, whether it is a project or a program. And for you to implement a project or a program, you must come up with strategies. For you to implement a strategy, you must come up with activities. And the activity must be costed. It must be given a time frame. So if you check with your lecturers, you will discover that you have a strategic plan. We normally monitor how they are implementing the strategic plans so that we see where they are having gaps and any intervention that they may require. Implementation of the strategic plans, again, you will notice that it is 5 years. So in the planning process, we must break it down further. And we do this by ensuring that we have annual work plans. An annual work plan is just for that particular financial year. In that financial year, an institution, a ministry, or a department, they know what is available in the budget. So given what is available in the budget, they have to prepare their annual work plan. The annual work plan will show in the month of January what are they purposing to do. The month of December, what is their priority? And all those priorities in the annual work plan must have a budget, because those are mandatory activities that are monitored and they have to be implemented. In government, we have the performance contracting. Again, all the MDS are on performance contracting, including your institutions. The institution sets targets. They assign those targets to target bearers, and they are expected to ensure that they deliver or they perform the targets to 100% completion. Meaning that for any institution to deliver on the performance contract, they have to ensure that resources are ring-fenced for the same, and there is commitment and dedication to deliver on that performance contract. If Chuka is going to score 100% in their performance contract, it doesn't mean that you as an individual student, you are going to get a first-class degree. Remember, this is an overall performance for the institution. You have your lecturers or faculty. They come to class, they deliver their course or the subject that they are supposed to do. They set exams, but it is upon you as an individual student to attend classes, to revise, to read, and to sit for your exam, so that the overall performance for the institution can be reflected through you as an individual. So we've done that. So then we go to the youth. Why planning? And why do we really strive to ensure that through the planning process, we are able to mainstream the agenda of the young people for this country? There is this quote from Amaoko which says, "When our children are assured of survival and health, provided with good education, protected from war and violence, and when youth participate in the democracy and development of their countries, then Africa will be set to claim the 21st century." That is why this particular program by KIPPRA has really focused on the youth, because it is mentoring. We are trying to show you the position that you hold in the society as an individual or a group. And we are just urging you, make sure that you possess that particular position positively, contribute to the society at your individual level, ensure that you have good morals, ensure that your voice is heard. The country is very, very open to the voice of the youth. But when you are putting your voice on the table, make sure that it is in a constructive and positive manner. So we are saying that Kenya has a significantly youthful population, and the figures are given. 36% are between the age of 15 and 35. And the youth are not just beneficiaries, but you are drivers of economic and social progress. The youth are the foundation of our society. We appreciate your energies. We appreciate your inventiveness. We appreciate your orientation. And we also appreciate your participation in the digital space. And through that, we also appreciate that you are the catalyst of a vibrant Kenya. And Kenya has one of the most educated youth, very innovative. You are driving the ICT sector. And what we are just calling upon you is ensure that all those qualities that you possess, you are able to contribute positively to the country. The political space at times becomes very volatile. So as the youth, we expect you to participate, but make sure that you follow clean and meaningful politics for the benefit of the country. Your innovation and digital economy, you play a critical role. You are key to the labor force, especially to deliver to the better and the Big Four agenda. You are here to be trained not only for employment, but we expect you to be entrepreneurs. There was a lady who had a presentation earlier on, that was Pamela. That is very, very commendable. We need to borrow an idea from her. And if possible, we need to nurture that particular idea, because she is a future employer. A few of us here may get employment through that particular initiative. We expect you to play a role in community development. We expect you to be very active when it comes to advocacy, and the country is looking upon you as the future leaders. As the youth of this country, you have many avenues that can help you participate in decision making for this country. For Chuka, I believe you had elections the other day, so you have a students' body. Through that body, if you have issues that you feel will positively contribute to the national planning process, then that is a very good avenue for you to channel your issues, and then through the leadership of the institution, we will be able to pick that issue. So as we do the planning process for the country, we know that challenges have been there. Despite the challenges, the government has been able to register a lot of progress. Some of them, we had targets we were able to achieve, and for others, we missed the targets. So even with that, the government is still committed to youth through structured planning. We are able to ensure that the youth agenda is on the table through various policies and programs whose aim is to empower the youth by providing them with opportunities to participate in the country's growth and development. So I'll quickly look at the few policies. We have the Kenya Youth Development Policy, which was done in the year 2019. This particular policy has clearly outlined issues of the youth and the affirmative action that the government is pursuing. Through the Kenya Vision 2030 and the better pillars, again, you are able to see where the youth fall. The Constitution of Kenya, again, it mandates affirmative action for youth access to education, training, employment, and participation. When it comes to education and training, you are aware of the free primary education, you are aware of the secondary education subsidy, you are aware of the capitation. All those initiatives that the government has put in place is to ensure that all of the youth in Kenya are able to access education, training, and employment. In the TVET institutions, I know we are now doing the recognition for prior learning, so that if you have a skill, you are outside there in Juakali, and you are not getting a commensurate pay because of lack of a paper or certificate, then the door is open for you to walk into a qualification awarding institute in TVET. You don't have to sit in class. You just pay assessment fee. You sit for that particular assessment, and based on how you perform, you are given a certificate. We also have modularized the curriculum in TVET. Through this modularization, you are able to go and do maybe 2 courses. You get your micro credentials. You go to the market, you work maybe for 1 or 2 years. After making some little money, you go back and pick the next module. So we are trying to make education and training more friendly, more affordable, and more reachable to all of us. Through the government, again, we have the access to government procurement opportunities. 30% of any procurement budget for any institution, for any ministry, for any department is reserved for youth, women, and persons living with a disability. So if you form a small group in Chuka, use the right channels, and get to the management of the institution, you have that opportunity to supply and you will be paid for the same. 30% of the budget, again, as I told you, is reserved for you to participate in procurement as a way of affirmative action for the youth. Then we have the Marshall Plan for Youth Employment and Development, which again came into being in March 2008. We have the National Youth Council, which came into existence in the year 2009. We have the National Youth Service Act of 2018, and all these initiatives are aimed at ensuring that there is affirmative action towards the youth of this country. We also have Affirmative Action Fund. We have the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. We have the Youth Empowerment Centers. We have the President's Award Kenya. We have the 1 Million Green Army. We have the Nyota project, which just came into existence recently. And we have seen the President moving throughout the country, empowering the youth. I hope some of you are able to apply, because that is money that is readily available. That is money to help you start up a small business and enable you be empowered as a youth. So despite all those initiatives, we appreciate that we still have challenges. One of them being the persistent high youth unemployment rates. We have disparities in education and training. We still have corruption and mismanagement of the little resources. We still have political instability in some isolated cases. We still have gender inequalities. We still have skills mismatch, inadequate infrastructural facilities, weak monitoring and evaluation, and limited access to finance. These challenges, again, on your part as the youth of this country, you are not well organized to effectively undertake lobbying and advocacy. And maybe the challenge is that you don't have proper advocacy skills. The political space, at times you also face hindrance in raising your voice very well. Fragmentation and poor coordination for the issues of youth. Financial resources is still a problem. Youth leadership, you fight for the leadership positions, but are you well prepared for those positions? So the key policy options, we are going to do that through educational empowerment. Those initiatives ensuring that you get the HELB loan, you get capitation, your institution is well equipped, the faculty is well equipped, then you will be able to get quality training and skills for tomorrow. Economic empowerment, I have talked about those initiatives, like what the President is currently doing, giving you money to start your businesses through the Nyota initiative. Social empowerment, again, is very, very key. Even through this particular induction and sensitization, you will be able to go home with one lesson, which I believe tomorrow it will become very, very handy as you move into the world of employment. Communication skills, I know we are also going to touch on that, and even in the curriculum that is being delivered, I believe this is one of the issues. Mobilization and management of funds, this has to start with you as an individual. Education policies, of course, you know about the competence-based education and training and the CBE, so the government is aggressively pursuing that. At the TVET level, I have talked about RPL, I have talked about the modular curriculum. So in conclusion, you are saying that you as the youth, you have been marginalized in one way or another, but the government has an enabling environment in place through policies, the constitution, and other legal frameworks. This is aimed at ensuring that you are well empowered, you are effectively engaged in decision-making process. Remember, for any policy to sail through, we normally have public participation. Public participation is not limited to the old. It is open for you, so whenever you hear that there is a public participation, you need to organize yourselves and through management ensure that you are given an opportunity to go and put your voice on the table and ensure that your issues are well captured in that particular policy. So we are saying that you as the youth, you should not only be prepared for the future, but you should understand that you have a role to play today, because today is going to determine the future for tomorrow. Don't shy away from the decision-making table. Your voice, however small it is going to create an impact, and it is going to change decision-making for this country. So again, you can hold the government to accountability, ensure that if there is management of resources, if there are governance issues, then your voice can be heard and action will be taken. So again, I want to stress on inclusive policies. I have told you how you can raise your voice through public participation, and you know the channels for the institution. Again, investing in the potential of the youth, we are ensuring that through ensuring that you get quality education, you have access to quality health care, and there are many plans in place to ensure that you get employment, and where employment is not forthcoming, then you should be able to start your own businesses. So I talked about Nyota. I hope some of you are able to apply through that Nyota initiative. If not, be on the lookout so that when we get to phase 2 of the Nyota, you are able to apply. SME Uwezo Fund is another avenue. It is also still running. Make sure that again you are able to apply. The 30% government procurement opportunities, that is through tendering. You can tender through your respective institution, or you can even look wider to the government departments and ministries. So for you, we just want you to ensure that you engage, you participate. For example, when we move to the elections, remember that you have a voice. You should be able to do that through voting and voting wisely. Continue being innovative. Ensure you demand for accountability. And the government is committed to ensuring that your issues are mainstreamed within the planning process. So we do appreciate those challenges, but we are saying that change starts with you. You don't expect the government to perform bigger miracles until you, as the youth of this country, embrace your education and training. You come out as holy persons, fully developed, ready to engage in the world of work, ready to become entrepreneurs, ready to participate in the economic development of this country. So thank you very much. I hope even if you didn't pick everything, but pick one lesson. Understand the planning process, understand your role, understand organization of the government. Thank you very much.
I think those clubs are not good enough for a director, so maybe you can do better. Let's clap for her, Madam again. When Imasi presented, actually, after she had done her presentation, I promised that we'll have a Q&A session. So I want us to take this opportunity to have a quick Q&A session for the two presenters. And then from there, we'll take a break. We'll have our meals, and only those who are here will be served. So we'll have meal cards issued before we go for our lunch. But take note that you also need to register. So ensure that you registered before you came in. I'm looking around. There is Madam Agnes, County Coordinator EMPU and Tarakaniti. I think she's in. Oh. We recognize the arrival and presence of Madam Agnes, who is the County Coordinator EMPU and Tarakaniti, Nakada. She will be speaking to us tomorrow. So Q&A, we'll pass the mics, so you just raise your hand, then we take questions.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the presentation from the two speakers, and I'm highly enlightened. Please, you'll forgive me if I'm getting lost. My name is Dr. Mhwana. I teach here. I really enjoyed the issue of policy and planning, but I have one question which keeps lingering on. One, we appear to be having very, very good policies and planning. But when it comes to execution and the results, we don't seem to be matching these good policies and plans. I say so, maybe you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I say so because sometimes you'll go the way the director has been saying. One of the indicators of maybe following policy is when we look at performance contract results for our institutions, be they the semi-autonomous government agencies and so forth. So when you get these reports and you're looking at them during research, you find very good reports. But then after a short while, you find the same semi-autonomous government agency has gone under. So now, where are we missing this point? Are we not likely to be in the business of making very good policies year in, year out, very good policies and plans every year? Thank you very much.
We are taking more questions kindly for the two presenters. Kindly pass the mic to the gentleman.
Yes, I have a question on the last presenter. She's told us that the government...
Your name, kindly introduce yourself. Maybe.
I am Despita. Despita. She's been saying that the government plans to enroll at least 1.2 million jobs annually. Now, I want to ask, apart from being masons and mtomkono at these housing projects, which other ways is the government planning to use so that the youth can be part of the 1.2 million jobs without using these housing projects as saying that we've created jobs, yet we know that not all of us are masons and engineers to work in those houses that they are being constructed?
Good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Waweru, and yesterday I was reading an article from the newspaper that was saying that the government plans to actually borrow 1.1 trillion shillings from the public, and this actually affects the MSMEs, because MSMEs won't get a place to be able to borrow money from the current banks, because the banks have given the monies to the government, and it has been shown that actually borrowing from the banks by MSMEs has reduced to up to 0.2%. So I was asking, because of one of the key agendas of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is empowering MSMEs. Now with this in sight, with government borrowing so much money from the banks and not having enough for the MSMEs, what is in plan to be able to ensure that these MSMEs don't fizzle out of business? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Naomi Wanja. I just heard in the morning that master's student, you give them internship. Can you kindly explain more about that?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Nicodemus Moli, economics and statistics student at Pachuca. My question is, you have talked about the 23rd vision. Then what is your take about the refurbished goods that are being dumped in our country? And how are we going to dispose them? Because some of them, they are not easily disposed or decayed. So in the future, we will find that there is a lot of things, electronics, that are being dumped in places or to the waste areas. So please, you can explain what is your take about that? How will you deal with those things after we have disposed them? Thank you.
By name I'm Elvis, so my question is this: what unintended consequences often arise from public policies?
Can you repeat again your question? What are they?
What unintended consequences often arise from public policies?
Yes, how are you? My name is Andrew Guaro, pursuing journalism and mass communication. My first question is concerning about the public policy and cycle. One point with I see about problem identification, another agenda setting. Yeah, about agenda setting, we have seen many issues discussed at our societies, but most of the people who are given that opportunities are not people from lower class. Like the problem of SHA, like that problem of things dealing with people at that lower classes, but you have seen people who have given that opportunities are like people who have some high levels of education. And how can we prevent such a thing so that even our fathers, our grandparents can be given that opportunity to discuss their problem? Thank you very much.
I think we can take those ones first. Yeah, those are about 7 questions. Maybe for those who still have more questions, let's respond to this quickly. Then we'll take the second round, which will be the last one. I will step in. Of course, Mas and other colleagues at KIPPRA, we do nearly the same work. So I'll pick a few questions, and then I'll hand the mic to Madam Evelyn, who will respond to others. And so if there is anyone else who would like to respond to the question that have been raised, or rather add some voice, we are always welcomed, because this is a conversation. We need to have a dialogue. Yeah, I think there was a question about the policies that are not being implemented. And I think that is an issue that we were always been having conversation around that. And I'll tell you, so that it all depends on probably how you've done your work. I'll give you an example. At the university, students write papers just to graduate and go. They don't care whether it will be read or not. And that's why we're having this kind of conversation. Like at KIPPRA, most of the work we do, we bring on board stakeholders from different areas. That gives an opportunity for you to incorporate policy makers, policy implementers, and at the end of the day also, who will be affected by the policies. That is the people who have interest in that policy. And when you join our trainings, we'll have what we call stakeholder mapping. You identify who are the people affected by these policies. The business of doing research, doing papers without involving stakeholders is one of the main reasons why most policies end up being shelved without being implemented. So let's always try to bring on board stakeholders as much as possible. There are people who have a lot of interest in whatever we're doing, but maybe they don't have influence, so they don't have the power. Those people might be affected by the policy, but they cannot dictate how the policy will be implemented. But when you bring on board everybody, people have power and they also have interest, and you work with them during the research work, they will definitely incorporate your policies. So that means when you do research, also ensure you disseminate your findings. And that one, I think for us, we do quite a lot. So that is something you also need to also consider. There was an issue about jobs. I think I will speak partially, and then I think Dr. Evelyn is a better place to respond to that. The government is not providing jobs through housing levy only. I mean, through housing project only. But rather, the government is creating an opportunity for us to even create jobs in our own ways. Dr. Evelyn has talked about many opportunities that are there, how you can get funds and all that. That is an opportunity for us to get even self-employment. We don't have an economy that can absorb everyone. No economy can do that. Every economy, for the economists, you'll agree with me, across the globe, all economies have some level of unemployment. Even with full employment, you'll realize that still there's some people who are probably not meaningfully employed. So I think Dr. Evelyn will respond to that better than I can do. And I think even about the debt, Dr. Evelyn will respond about that issue of the debt. Yeah, then there was a question from Naomi about the master's students internship at KIPPRA. Maybe let me clarify what I said. I said at KIPPRA, we have a program called Young Professional Program. Young Professional Program, we recruit young professionals, 30 of them every year. We give them a stipend. We train them. It's not, okay, it's more of a, how do I call it? I'll call it like a fellowship program or something. We train for 1 year, we train you 1 year and then you leave. KIPPRA also has internship, but internships at KIPPRA are not, recruitment is not done by KIPPRA. We actually get interns from the Public Service Commission. I think that's how we do it for the internship. the Young Professional Program is purely managed by KIPPRA, but the internships are managed by the Public Service Commission. I think, am I clear on that? Naomi will ask that question. I don't know where she is. Yeah. But don't tell me you're a master's student. You'll not be shortlisted. Don't send us that this is a completion letter. You want to be shortlisted for sure. You must have graduated and you have a certificate attached on your application. Yeah, I think there was another question about Vision 2030. I think that again I tried to Madam Evelyn. Then I think there was the issue about problem identification and agenda setting. And then I think only the people at the higher cadre of economic, whatever, are considered. Okay, that statement might be subjective because from where we sit, and that's what part of the work we do at KIPPRA, we do a lot of training on how do we engage people, how do we do public participation. We've seen many government initiatives starting, and then at some point the court stops them from being implemented just because we do not involve, let's say, for example, the public. And if I may ask, between a policy and, let's say, the law, which one should precede the other? Should you come up with an act first, or should you come up with the policy first? Maybe by show of hands. Which one should come first? Should the policy come first or the act first? Maybe just raise up your hand to see where if we have an idea where we are heading as policy analysts. Which one should come first? Policy should come first. Actually, that is the ideal situation. You get sometimes like we have an act or a law without a policy, but you should have the policy first, then we have an act that actually ensure the policy is implemented. But then, like Kawari said, public participation is actually supposed to be done at all levels, and putting in consideration who are the people who are the stakeholders. So the student who asked about that, I don't know who's that, but from mass communication department. So I will say there is a lot of effort to ensure that there is public participation across all cadres of life. Maybe just to also update you on something. One of the work we've been doing at KIPPRA, was it? I think Winnie can remind me. There's a time we were doing some work on devolution at 10. That was 2024, right? 2023. We did some work on devolution at 10, just to assess where are we as a country in terms of implementing the devolution. And we did research work across all the 47 counties, just to assess how far they are in terms of implementing devolved functions. And we want to see how are they doing their public participation. And we actually walked around the whole country. Yeah, at KIPPRA's, we have a repository, KIPPRA repository, where you can access all our publications. So if you go to our repository, you can actually get that report on Kenya Devolution at 10. It will tell you, give you a lot of insights. We had a chance to discuss with all counties, probably not all, but almost all counties, and share with them their findings, where they are in terms of public participation, and how are they informing people that there's this kind of event. So that is something I know we might not be doing very well as a country, but I would say we are making some good progress, and we'll always be there. I think those are the questions I would like to take, and then maybe if there's a colleague from KIPPRA who will want to add something before we give Madam Evelyn the mic. Okay, Marcy. The mics, kindly. Mics, you can pass the mics to around kindly.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add something on, somebody made a question on unintended consequences of a policy. What I wanted to say is that these are consequences that the government do not anticipate whenever they're making these policies. And these consequences, they could be negative, and on rare occasions, are they positive? So, and you should also know that they might happen even if the policy is well drafted, it's well designed and implemented. So I just wanted to give a common example. We know the government continually makes changes to its tax on its Finance Act. So for example, we know that there's this current tax changes that is taking place, and it's affecting major categories of businesses. So what happens? A big company that is in a position and has resources to amicably adjust to these changes will survive. How about a small company that do not have the resources? Definitely the small company will shut down. So these are some of the unintended consequences that the government did not anticipate that will happen. Because when the government is making these changes, the intention is to maybe raise more revenue, to provide services to continue with the development. That is the agenda of the government, without anticipating that something negative is going to happen. And then I also wanted just to slightly touch on, there's somebody who said that it seems like we're in the business of making policies. I just wanted to say that it's not like that's in the business of making policies. From where I am, I think that the time a policy is being formulated and the time a policy is being implemented happens on different time zones. The policy formulation happens, it's very instant, and it can be felt and it can be seen immediately. How about implementation? Implementation takes time. It drags, it requires resources, it requires the capacity, it requires a lot of things. So it will be gradual, it will take time, and it will be unseen, compared to making it, which is always on the spot and instant. And that is why somebody might feel that we are not achieving, or we are not we are not achieving the intended courses of our policy. That's all.
I think for the use of time, maybe must just pass the mic to Madam Evelyn. Maybe she can pick a few questions, then we make progress.
Thank you. This question from Dr. Muhwana, and which my colleagues have spoken to. It is true that we have very good policies as a country. Sometimes we find other countries just coming and picking our policies and they run with it, they implement it. So for us, why have we not effectively implemented some of our very well thought about policies? The reason could be me and you. Because when the government prepares a policy, implementers are many, starting from me and you, and the institution where we work. So we need to really look at that policy and pick a part that we feel we have a responsibility to implement. Implementation of a policy requires resources. And as a government, we normally have deliberate efforts to ring-fence some resources for implementation of the policy. But again, we understand in government resources are limited, the needs are very many and are competing. So midway, you may find that what was projected in the economic growth is not happening. So if the economy is not performing the way it was projected, and therefore the government is not generating resources the way it was projected, it may hinder implementation of that particular policy. So on the question of jobs, yes, the housing project has been a good avenue for giving jobs to the youth. The quality of jobs is another question to be answered. But I want to say that it is not only the masons who are being given those jobs. We also have engineers and we have architects. They are also benefiting from those house construction jobs. It is just a small fraction of an avenue of getting jobs. The government has other plans. We also know that the programs through Ministry of Labor, whereby a few youth are being taken to the foreign countries to get employment there. Again, as I told you, when we are training you in the education and training institutions, we are not training you for employment. The jobs are scarce. They are very, very competitive. And again, if you compare somebody who is employed and somebody who has started their own enterprise, you may be shocked that just going into your own business is better paying. So it is upon us as the youth of this country, follow the path that you feel is more beneficial. Be aggressive. The government is equally recruiting. If you keep on checking, there are jobs being advertised here and there. They are competitive, and that is why you have to be well sharpened, you have to be well rounded, and you have to be aggressive enough. And again, the government will continue opening opportunities so that we create more jobs, we create more capital for you to start your own enterprises. Dumping, yes, it happens here and there, but we have legislations and legal frameworks to curb against dumping. We know corruption, and corruption starts from you and me. If there is an agency or a person in charge of ensuring that dumping doesn't happen, but then along the way they get compromised, then they are going to allow those goods to get into the country, and the problem of dumping will be there. That is why we are saying, let us be responsible citizens. Let the agencies who have that responsibility of ensuring no dumping play their role adequately. If somebody is caught dumping, let the fine and all that, the other sanctions meant, be done to the fullest. On borrowing, we know that that is an avenue for government getting resources. We can borrow locally, we can borrow internationally. Locally, we can borrow through the treasury bills and bonds. We can also borrow from the banks. However, the banks are regulated by the central bank, so there is a limit as to how much they are able to lend to the government. And when the government borrows money, they have a good plan. This money is what is trickling down again to the economy through some of the initiatives that we just talked about, which SMEs can take advantage and ensure that they access that money. I think that is all that I can speak to now.
Just two more. One for a gentleman, then a lady. Then we can take a break.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Gideon Motegi, and I have my questions. So, on part of skills, we know that many TVET institutions gain hand on skills, but sometimes opportunities for attachment and job opportunities are limited. What can the policies and program ensure that TVET graduates access these job opportunities?
One more, preferably from a lady, then we close. Kindly, even we have our colleagues from the other end also, so let's not forget them. We have the mic. You can also remember that we have of course, okay, it was for a chance for a lady, but now because you are diaspora, you're just you're given a chance to say proceed.
Good evening. Good afternoon, sorry.
My name is Alexander. I have two questions. Number one is for the first speaker. We know that Vision 2030 focuses on economic, social, and political pillars. So this is my question. When we look at the current state of the nation, at what percentage are we in achieving the Vision 2030? Since we are only left with how many years? 4 years. So how many, at what percentage are we in? Question 2 goes to the second speaker. She briefly talked about Nyota program. As a comrades or as students from the university level, I think, are we also eligible when we apply the Nyota program? Are we eligible to in getting the money? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that should be the last one, kindly.
Good afternoon. I'm Rehab, and my question is this. The second speaker has spoken about something to do with corruption, whereby she has said that corruption starts with you and me. But how have you practiced, how have you endorsed transparency and accountability in ensuring that the visions, that 2030 flagship visions will be successful?
Okay, I think we can take those ones. The question of accountability and transparency, I think will be better be answered by, in the room we have someone from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission who looks at the national values, which is transparency and accountability is one of them. And I don't want to speak about that from the KIPPRA side. Maybe Dr. Evelyn, you can take the questions, then we'll make progress.
Yes, indeed, I said corruption starts with you and me, which is very, very true. In the implementation of the Vision 2030, we must ensure that this corruption is well dealt with, and we have the integrity issues. We have a number of bodies which are helping us to ensure that corruption is at zero in the country. The Nyota program, yes, you are eligible. It is for all the youth of the country. They put an advert, there were some conditions. If you fulfill those conditions, then you get that particular support. The Vision 2030 pillars and the level of success. We normally prepare quarterly progress reports on implementation of Kenya Vision 2030, and we also prepare annual reports. In those reports, we normally analyze each and every flagship project and each and every pillar. The accurate percentage for now may not be available, but we know that we are way above 60% in the overall implementation of the Kenya Vision 2030, and we have already initiated a process of developing the next long-term plan. Before we embark on that, we are going to do a deep analysis so that we come up with accurate statistics and figures to show the accurate level of achievement of implementation of the Kenya Vision 2030. The training in TVET, indeed, it is meant to be hands-on. And when you talk about hands-on training, I told you we are not training you for employment. We are training you to be entrepreneurs. And that is why the government is making the environment conducive for you to pick up on your own businesses. However, again, we are opening avenues for you to be employed. A year ago, we have one TVET institution in the country. They had a very, very good opportunity for the students who are doing welding to be employed by a company in Germany. The employer came to the country. They went to that institution to conduct interviews. They had a total of 20 students who went for that interview. It was practical. From number 1 up to number 20, none of them made it. Because for their kind of welding, the finishing is what they look at. So that is how the Kenyan youth lost that opportunity. It went further to a few of the trainers to do the same, and you can just imagine what happened. Thank you.
I think we can stop there for now. Maybe on the question of skilled TVETs, graduates and job issues, we'll have a discussion in the afternoon which will bring on board panelists, that's the university lecturers around, and the TVETs. Experts will speak about that, and maybe we'll be able to hear about the plans the university and the TVETs around have for their graduates. Yeah, okay. Just a minute, I want to organize for the meal cards to be issued. Then I will give direction on how we are going to be served. We want to take for a lunch break, but we should not take more than... Our intention is to finish by around this, by 3:30, should be done with our program. So I've been informed that students will serve at ground floor. And for the guests, first floor, yeah. In the meantime, the DJ can give us some small music. Huh? Oh, entertainers, as we, yeah. Talent show. Unaweza kuja dakika mbili, you show us what you have as we wait for the mail cards to be issued.
Thank you for sitting through up to this moment. After lunch, we come back for a short session, and then we leave. And then tomorrow, kindly, come with a friend. Let us pack this hall. Come with a friend. Let us pack this hall so that we can be able to gain information that people have sacrificed their time, their finances to come here so that they can give us information. Already, I want you to be stirred enough, stirred inside enough for you to start thinking, what do you really need to do? Because as it is, yes, we are asking the government to create jobs, to create employment, but we are also being called to also think of something to do, employ ourselves and employ our neighbor, employ ourselves and employ 3-4 other members in the community. So let us think, what we can be able to do. Entrepreneurship. What is it that we can be able to do? And I told you in the morning that education is supposed to solve people's problems. If you are doing a cause, how are you going to solve people's problem with that particular cause that you're doing? With that particular career that you are pursuing? How will you solve people's problems? How will you solve people's problems? It is from that point that now you will think what you can be able to do, create something, come up with an innovation or entrepreneurship, come up with a business or something that you can be able to do so that you can be able to help yourself and also help other people in the community. Let us pray for lunch. As you're moving out, you'll be given your meal cards. The students will go to ground floor. The staff will go to first floor. Is that okay? Let us pray for the meals. Father, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus, we want to come before you this afternoon. We are grateful. We appreciate for the gift of life that you have given unto us. We appreciate even for the sessions that we have had. Jehovah, King of glory, help us to be able to understand, help us to be able to grab, help us to be able to pick something that this day will not just be a day that is wasted, but a day that will stir us to be able to be something or be somebody in the society. We thank you for the trainers. We thank you for the speakers that are here. We ask you to continue to bless them and to continue to be with them. Lord Jehovah, King of glory, before us, we've been food has been prepared for us. We ask you that you may bless it and sanctify it, that as we take it, it will be fit for our bodies, even as much as you provide for those that do not have in your own way. We thank you and we bless you. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. Amen and amen. We can go for lunch. How many minutes? 35, 40 minutes?
maybe within 1 hour should be done. And the earlier we settle down, the better. So kindly, let's talk to our colleagues who are not yet in to join us here so that we make progress. Again, tomorrow we will be here. So it's a kind request that we use these forums to pick a few students to do that, to attend our conference. And you can't just pick on any student. We pick students who we know that pia wanajituma na wako exposed. We might not give you a job as KIPPRA, but we'll give you an opportunity to platform to interact with the people, network, and all that. So it's important for us to take such opportunities seriously. At the moment, the world is looking for skills and probably not just papers. At KIPPRA, if you come for an interview, for example, at KIPPRA, let's say you want to be a policy analyst, they will ask you, do you have skills in research? Yes. How many papers have you published? None. Okay. Have this data. Can you do analysis? You don't. You know, you have your paper, you have your master, you have your PhD, but you cannot do the analysis kind of stuff. So that means we're not looking for the papers, we're looking for the skills. This engagement will give you an opportunity for us to train on some of those basic things, like how do you do data analysis and all that. So we want students from these universities and those who want mentorship to actually grab this opportunity with a lot of passion. We always work with you, and I can assure you our management is so much committed to supporting youth, just like we are as well. So it's important that even for us youth, we grab such like opportunities. So mwambie vijana wakuje. It's for your, actually for your own good. Can you imagine the Vice Chancellor amesacrifice amekuja amekaa na sisi hapa juu yenu, our board members, our CEO wamekuja juu yetu, so lazima tujitume na opportunity kuja once. By the way, opportunity kuja once. huwezi jua, labda leo inaweza kwa siku yako, so usiwachilie opportunities zikiwa hivyo. Yeah, so because of time, and I want to actually appreciate those of you who have chosen to come back, as opposed to probably leaving. And because we also don't want to keep you here for so long, I want us to get into the afternoon session. And normally we always have like a bit of interludes in terms of entertainment. Anybody who would like to entertain us before we make progress? Then a kind request, I'm being informed that we should try and occupy the front seats, because when they're streaming, it appears like the hall is empty when actually we are there. So unajua kamera inachukua hapa mbele, inakuwa ni kama the hall is empty. So if you're sitting huko nyuma, kindly let's occupy the front seats first. Even our friends for the other side, let's come this side. So kindly, if you are sitting on the other side of the hall, just kindly move this side. It's just a request that we occupy this side first. This gentleman. Okay, I think now we can make progress with our afternoon session. So allow me to take this opportunity to once more welcome you back for our second part of the conversation. And I want now to take this opportunity to invite Bwana Chalo from the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to take us through a bit of, we need to understand our national values and principle of governance. So, Bwana Chalo, karibu, and take the stage. Thank you.
A story is given. Well, of course, you're not given a story before you introduce yourself. It's uncourteous African. Let me repeat my name. Naitwa Chalo Makau. Natoka idara ya kitengo cha maadili, uwiano wa taifa. That is Directorate of National Cohesion and Values. You know, I'm struggling with Kiswahili because one of your lecturers was my Kiswahili teacher. So lazima nimuonyeshe your effort was not wasted. So nitachanganyisha zote, hata sheng tutaongea. And I'm not this soft spoken. Nimeanza polepole hivyo ndio nione wale wako tempted kulala. All protocol observed. Thank you for this afternoon session. The story is given of in this famous book called the Bible, where wine was served at what time? When was the wine served? Who remembers the very first miracle? Hello? See, your catechism teacher will be disappointed. How many of us remember their catechism teacher by a show of hand? Yule wa Sunday school yule alikupeleka through catechism. Siku hizi. Aya. Yule mtu alikufunza your first dance moves in high school. Kama unakumbuka weka. Mkienda entertainment. Si mlikuwa there's an honest one, all of us there. Thank you. All of you mnajitia mnazo. Si ndio? Hebu simameni, simameni. Sisi wote tusimame. Sisi wote nataka tuende pahali. Stay-tisha mji. Na kama we si Gen Z, kidogo kidogo uta benchmark uone. Jonah, are we ready? Nataka tuende, niliambiwa huku ni either Coco Beach, Heaven ilifungwa, siku hizi ni something Q, Space Q, si ndio? Nataka kuona. We are going to dance kidogo. Simeulizwa saa hizi mkuja watu entertainment mkakosa. Mimi ni entertainment tosha. Aya, to hit, we are going to dance. I want to see you move to this song. This is one of my favorite artists. Come on, come on. Hala. Dance. A bit of volume pump kidogo tu. Mnanidanganya. Leo nikienda Soul Q ni kutume uko kwa flow nitakuuliza mbona ule down. Good. Nataka msikize hizo words. Bati yako mbaya ukichoma picha. Hata sign language iko hapo. Hapo Twitter. Nani ule dance? Utakuja hapa mbele udance. Utatembea hapo. Oh, mna move nikifika. Listen to the words. Hiyo ndio itakuwa case study yetu. Nothing is in vain. Wakenya na tabia zetu. Si Masai Mara tu. Tuna madem peng peng. Who knows the words? Who knows the words? Karibu Kenya. Tunajitia niko hapa. Mamorio mabazeng. Lugha ya taifa ni sheng sheng. Kanairo. Tabia ya Wakenya ya kutuma mail. Ulituma mail. Uda nilituma. Kwani haukuiona? Haukuiona. Customer Kenya kisema nitarudi. Kila Mkenya anajua huyu arudi. Nitarudi, sitarudi. Mkenya kienda choo naone kuna mtu. Bado atabisha na ulize kuna mtu. Masana Mkenya lazima tachelewa sana. Na ningie SpaceX nione ukimove your lips na size usink. Tena sana. Dance a bit, please. We are enjoying ourselves. Tabia zetu Kenya. Tuna tabia zetu tu. Karibu Kenya. Si Masai Mara tu. Tuna madem peng peng. Mamorio mabazeng. Zeng. Lugha ya taifa ni sheng sheng. Good. Karibu Kenya. Tuna madem peng peng. Aya. Mamorio mabazeng. Thank you, Jonah. Thank you. Have your seats back. That was an intro to what we are going to do today. Sasa, you know we are here about talents, right? Right or wrong? It's all about talents. And how we interface it with policy. Nakumbuka VC hapa alisema the challenge ni ku transcend the abstractness of policy and you translate it to its applicability, and I took up that challenge. Are we together? At the back, at the front, msinipe nickname, are we together? Iyo ni OCD yangu, obsessive compulsive disorder. See, so we all have our issues. Ama kuna mtu perfect hapa? Kunae? Hakuna. Am I too loud? Nisumbue lecture. No. we were still at values. So how do we transcend national values, harness them, mainstream them in your talent practice so that you contribute as per the Constitution's wish or Kenyans' wish to socio-economic development. Usiandike. Mimi uwasipeani mtihani. Mtihani ni ukitoka hapa, venye utaishi your values as a Kenyan. Are we together? This is an interactive session. And I get carried away by time. Or time carries me away. So I believe 30 minutes to execute this. Major, that artist, and I believe there are artists here, ametuimbia about our social behaviors. Kwani hizo vitu Mkenya akikwambia nitarudi atarudi? Mkenya akikwambia nitarudi kama alikuwa unamuzia kitu atarudi? Ni ngumu. Ukimuitisha do na kwambie nimetumia madha tu like an hour ago, sio ni way ya kuambia hapana hata kupea, si ndio? Nimetumia masa saa hii, si ungenishow mapema. We are all alluding to our social behavior. But our lawyer friend, the very first presenter, spoke of national interests. Na akasema there's a big building in Nairobi with relics that you can't just wake up one day and grab and pull down. What is the name of that building? And she said it's a national interest. Who was in the morning? Hautakunywa divai yangu nzuri. See, the best wine was given in the afternoon. You don't remember the first miracle in the Bible? Hello? Space. Nitakujua tu koko utaniambia si ndio hii. Are we together? How about, now, it was the museum, the National Museum. It's important that you attend all sessions because they build up to each other. We build up on whatever was done in the morning. Just like you can't go to the 10th commandment if you don't know the first. Sindio? True or false? So we are going to build up on that. It was the National Museum, and she said national heritage is a national interest. Are we good up to that bit? Then there's been a lot of healthcare, social development. That's another national interest. And that's why those are safeguarded within the Constitution, and you have the policies to unpack them so that we practice. Sometimes inakuwa backed up by a legal framework. Jina langu ni Chalo. Chalo means mtu anatembea. Always on the move. So, si makosa yangu. Ni makosa ya nani? Jina nilitoa wapi? Kama ilikuwa makosa ama baraka sijui, lakini mimi ni Chalo mtembezi. I will walk. Na daktari alinikataza kusimama in one place. National interest. But the most important national interest, it's not the boundaries. Who knows the boundaries of Kenya? So unajua hizo boundary points zote. Which is the nearest boundary crossing point from here? The nearest is where? By a show of hand, kindly try. Yes? You know, hii ni masomo ya Gumbaro. There's no one wrong. A wild guess? Yes. We are nearer to Somalia here. Now, Mandera is a border point. Are we together? Another border point we are aware of? Namanga. Sasa unajua sisi wa Kenya tunapenda kununua ploti sana. Na ukinunua ploti unaambiwa weka weka fence. Si sawa? Weka fence ama itae? No, weke choo. It's the same principle. You are marking out the boundaries. So there's the border, there's the heritage, there's the sovereignty. Unafuatilia kitu inaitwa title deed. But 2010. Sema 2010. Ambia nebako 2010. To receive a system upgrade through the 2010 constitution. Tukaambiwa si hizo boundary mmekuwa nazo. Si title deed mlipewa 1964. Kwani hamkupewa? Haujui? Wa Kenya. Hamjui mko na title deed yenu? Heritage, si museum ziko kila mahali, hata hapa hivi Chuka there are cultural heritages. But then how come we still had the 2007, 2008 debacle? So Kofi Annan akakuja akatukumbusha kuna kitu tumesahau. Very, very important. Ni kama hii computer tumekuwa tukifocus on the hardware. But what is more integral or equally important as the hardware? Who wants to guess? Hii machine ndio achieve its full capacity ama potential. Lazima ikuwe na kitu imewekwa ndio achieve that potential. Ni nini? Ma'am?
Software.
Software. We received an upgrade software. Na inaitwa National Values and Principles of Government 2010, Article 10. Are we together up to that bit? So any artists up, I'm giving you a challenge if you are a performing artist, if you are talented that way. There's a sumesikia problem statement na opportunities. Hizo mambo ya policy ndio the same way you analyze biashara na market. Hakuna mtu anaimba about national values vizuri so far. So the challenge is up to you. Maadili. Na sio maadili tu ya nation pamoja, but pia maadili ile serikali inapaswa kufuata. You see, there is the citizens and there is the government, right? But they are all legal entities. True or false? You can sue and be sued by the state. True or false? Naona wale watu washaiulizwa utajitetea ukiwa wapi? So and so versus the state. That means unajitetea ukiwa na public prosecutor akikuprosecute, because it's a legal, the state is a legal entity. Kwa hivyo lazima pia ikuwe na maadili yake, na ndio tunaita principles of governance. Na ujaribu kufanya crash course. Are we together up to that bit? Bado tunafikia talent yako, don't worry. Do not worry. Ni kama ukiwa na hii microphone ukwe spoken word artist, kama tunamuitaje the one word Ojwang, nikumbushe jina lako. Where is he at? We all know him. Ebu inua mkono. No, it was him. He had an Ojwang hat. But you're also a spoken word artist, right? Awesome. You'll get to have a go, and please do your next word on national values and principles of governance. I hope to do the intro enough to stimulate that interest. So let's get to the nitty-gritties. There are new, lazima tukue objective, strategic. Tulielezewa about national planning na policy. Nawezi kuwa without kitu tunaita objectives. That's how you become strategic. Not only specific objectives. Sijaandika my overall outline. Outline yangu ni kumeka altar call tukifika conclusion. Sometimes I feel like I'm preaching when nikipeana hii presentation. And these are my objectives. We'll define terms. We'll say the benefits of harnessing national values in your talents ecosystem. Not say we'll interrogate. Then tutakwambia role in youth promotion, your national values through your talents. Then tutamaliza na altar call. Conclusion. The what, the why, the how. Are you together up to that bit? Sasa, pindukia your neighbor na umwambie tabia. Kuna wale wana ignore their neighbors. Mwambie tu tabi. Now, turn to the other neighbor na umwambie tabia in your mother tongue. Nione wazungu wa Afrika hapa. On the count of 3. 3, 2. Aya, sawa bas. It wasn't as loud. I'm worried. We are losing touch with our heritage. Our individual heritage. Mmeambiwa you are the majority, you have demonstrated, you are energetic, you are movers and shakers. I will not go there, since I have 30 minutes. Let us define those terms. Usiandike what is a value. Hakuna amtajibu, it's a rhetoric question. a value in the instance of Article 10 is a compelling belief. Venye tu nasema so and so akuangi hivyo, si yeye. Lazima tujue ni nini. You're in touch with that person's value system. It's a compelling belief on what is wrong or right. Mark you, it is not a norm. Si wengine wetu hapa hivi labda mko na motokaa, ukisimamishwa na uko na interview. Siku zetu tulikuwa tunasema interview wazimu. KIPPRA. Unajua hii ukiingia umeomoka. Overspeed na umesimamishwa. Akarao na umeona amekusimamishia pale mbali. Siwe ni Mkenya tu. Tuna tabia zetu tu. Kwani Major was wrong? Kuna signals zinasendiwa. So what is the expectation? Si ujitete labda. Si ndio? But is that right? Would society approve? Would society approve if we got it on tape? ESCC played it on the 7 o'clock news. Would you be proud? Would anyone be proud to see their parent, their brother, their sister? So it might be the norm, but it is not right. So values are not necessarily norms. Are we together up to that bit? But they are simply what compels you to do the right thing at the right place, and we have them hapa kwa Constitution yenu 2010. Now, tumeongea the word nation. How many of us here are Chuka by ethnic extraction? Okay. How many of us, there is one. How many of us are here are Tigania? I'm starting from home. Charity begins at home. How many are Tigania? Ukweli? Wa Kenya tu. Sitawaingilia. Sini yako, ulizaliwa nayo. Simi niliitwa Chalo. Aya, how many of us here are Somali by ethnic extraction? How many of us are Swahili? Which is the smallest ethnic group you are aware of? Sir? The smallest ethnic group you are aware of as a Kenyan?
The one in, was it Makonde or which one?
Who is of Makonde extraction here? They are one of the newest kids in the block. Some na dainini wote ni wa Mulembe Nation. Ama Mwemanyoba. Now, nikisema hizo vitu zote, I'm defining the word nation. It's a composite name. There's nation and there's values. Are we together? Article 10 ni homework yako. Endo usome. Not Article 10. Article 11. Are we together? Entitles you to that ethnic extraction. Ukwe Ormo, El Chamos, Ribe, Gabra, Mbere. You're entitled to it. Article 11 is for you. Jibambe. But Article 10 comes before Article 11. Now, unaweza build nyumba nje ya foundation. Can you put a structure beyond what the foundation can allow you? Najua unaweza kaka balcony umeextend kidogo. Lakini kama foundation iko hapa, unaweza enda kujenga kitu ingine pale. Ukipapot the same foundation. So, in short, what I'm trying to say, anything as you practice your talents, as you develop them, as you promote them, as you deploy them, as you monetize them. Nasikia siku hizi mna monetize, eh? Sindio? You remember your grounding framework ni Article 10 kwanza. It is the nation that we are alluding to in Article 10. And why is it special? Because it's not an ethnic nation, but it's a nation state. Kwani serikali ID yako ukiangalia hapo ni logo ya boss, hebu nikumbushe your ethnic extraction if you're okay.
Chuka.
Sini wa Kenya tu. Tuna tabia zetu tu. Now, Chuka, ukitoa ID yako, national ID. Ile coat of arms iko hapo ni ya Chuka nation. Kenya. Are we together? Aina Chuka wana serikali yao. Wacheni kujidanganya na county. Wale watu wako na ambassadors, wako na military, wako na police, si municipal kanjo. Are we together? Wale watu wako in charge of boundaries, museums, ni the nation of Kenya. So we are talking of particular values for the nation state, na ndio maana tunaita national value. I hope we are together up to that point. Leo sijabeba pointer, pole. Now, nilisema kuna, because tuna deal na kitu inaitwa serikali na kuna wananchi. Serikali ni a body corporate. It can be sued and sue. Kwa hivyo kama watu wamepewa maadili yao, serikali pia inapewa maadili ya, na ndio tunaita principles of government. Na the main idea, ukisoma article 10, inasema these values are binding on everybody. Inaongea hapo central government, inaongea about judiciary, inaongea about parliament, na mwisho inasema everybody. Wanjikos. Give me a typical name huku Chuka. What is the equivalent of a Wanjiko? Mureme? Gaki. Would Gaki suffice? Yes, it is binding on Gaki as they are Kenyans on this space. And they have to exhibit those values in everything they do. Wakiwa class, wakuwe wana show talents zao, wakuwe wana business idea like the lady who came and presented. You should mainstream those national values and principles of governance. Kivipi? Kuna wakati Ukristo wako unaweka kando. Kawaida. So you are supposed to show your Christian values no matter where you are, true or false. Are there times when you're expected to put it aside? There are times you are tempted, lakini it's not expected. The same way, these values, as you execute your talent, you have to harness. You have to mainstream them so that you build up to national cohesion, so that we move from our ethnic cocoons. We all have, it's bottom up. Tunaanzia chini mimi na wewe, tukienda juu. Ndio to create the feeling, the sense that we belong together in good times, in bad times, 2027 and beyond. Tukue bado, we belong together. That's cohesion. And these are the values rundown. Nisikia moja wetu ameongea about patriotism, mwingine akauliza about good governance, na ukaambiwa mimi ndio reference point, nitakuja after. Ndio mimi nimefika. Si mmoja wetu ameuliza swali na akaambiwa after, someone will address that. Hizo values zote nataka uniambie ni gani inakubo. Kwa constitution zimekuwa ina hivyo article 10. Gani inakubo? Which one do you find repugnant as a citizen of this republic? Because I find none. Ama uniambie which one do you identify most with? A gentleman aniambie kama anaona any repugnant. Okay, by a show of hand, kuna kitu yote hapo hivyo una find repugnant? Or you find repugnant. Which one? Kindly. Hapa ni university, you defend your position. Devolution of power. What do you find repugnant about devolution of power?
The fact that even after being maybe enshrined in the Article 10, it is not even actually really taken into action by both the county government and the national government.
So you find it repugnant on that basis, right? I wish to believe you have a talent. You associate with peers, mahali, whether discussion group, association upper college, right? And maybe you are a leader in those groups, right? You are the chair, the vice chair, the treasurer. You are the chair. Now, you are the chair. Kuna wakati kama chair yuko hiyo mkutano ifanyiki.
Okay, constitutionally, I guess no, but so I personally just delegated to the vice chairperson.
Why do you find something that you do repugnant? So you've just devolved power and responsibility and, of course, not authority. The final, if he messes up, you are the one to answer. But he's in touch with your values and you are what chairman stands for. Sindio? So you've just shot your own argument in the foot, but it's okay. We will tend to you. So what I'm trying to put in a nutshell ni talent yake ameonekana ni kiongozi mahali. Since talent can be also leadership. Are we together? And you've seen himself knowingly or unknowingly has mainstreamed devolution of power. Devolution of power is not only about the county. It's not about you see, it's not about the county system. Remember, we are dealing with national values for the individuals and principles of governance for the state. So you, even as an individual, you're expected to practice devolution of power. Are we together up to that bit? And you are doing it in your day-to-day activities and in your talents. Oh dear, we've gone off. IT? If only I knew what that meant.
Just tap the screen.
Which one? Oh, this one. Oh, interesting. Sasa benefit na ku-mainstream na ku-harness hizi national values in your talents. Na kuna kitu about talents nataka to discuss. Kuna scholar very interesting anaitwa Samir Amin. Nani ashaisoma kitabu yote ya Samir Amin? Kuna department ya political science huku? Ama it's a technical university? Question is political science? And social work? Social work. They would know Samir Amin. Samir Amin speaks of Africa, ama third world countries, being popular for what they call, and I don't mean to belittle anyone, I'm quoting someone, what he calls subordinate services. And be a neighbor wako subordinate services. Now imagine, Africa and the third world are known for subordinate services. Which are these? While the first world will manufacture and sell to us very expensive hardware, software, machinery, sisi tumekuwa primed kufikiria that wanyama, it's the best we can offer. Na kuna an entire technical university like this one. Sio ni deceit kidogo? Si kuna mmoja wetu alikuja hapa akatuambia about manufacturing eco-friendly sanitary wear. Right or wrong? So Samira Amin akasema, as much as we want to sing, as much as we want to perform, but let us know that true hard power in the international system comes from not only measuring with subordinate services. So I'm encouraging you to expand your repertoire of talents to coding, to manufacturing, to innovating robotics. Because one of our national values, ile ya mwisho inaitwa sustainable development. That is the only time we will not be so worried if the government borrows so much, how will we pay back? Who knows how much in debt Japan, a first world country, they are close to 200% of their GDP in loans. Do you ever hear them, their citizens concerned? Have you ever heard them concerned to the level we are concerned? Because they have not measured on the subordinate services. They know they manufacture, na itajilipa. So long as imetumika vizuri, accountability and transparency. Now, we are adults. Nikikuambia harakisheni toke nje. Tokeni nje, simaanishi mtoke nje. Mtaniuliza next. What is the next question? Ningesema kila mtu nje. Next utaniuliza? Okay. Utaniuliza kitu utakubali.
Tunaenda wapi?
Tunaenda wapi? Another question? Just two words. Kiswahili.
Tutakula nini?
Kwa hivyo ushakubali kutoka tuende. Okay, interesting. Na wewe?
Kula. Sawa.
Uko sawa, twende. Haya, sawa. Yourself? Tutoke nje twende.
Tunaendea nini?
Tunaendea nini? You are getting close. Another thing, tunaendea nini in another way. Who wants to try? Starts with K. Kufanya nini ama?
Kuna nini?
Kuna nini ama kwa ni? That is the most. Remember, we are going to deal with the what, the why, and the how. Nishawaambia the what. Si ndio? National values and principles of governance, where in your talent ecosystem. The next question ni kwa nini? Nikikupea dawa ukunywe saa hizi nikwambia ukunywe, utaniambia kwa nini mimi ni mgonjwa nini? Si ndio? Now, ni kwa nini iko pale? Kile nimefanya, nimetumia ujanja kidogo. Nimeflip the problem statement ikuwe benefit. So acha tuone wale wamekuwa wakisoma vizuri watumie AI. From point 1, to create a strong national identity by mainstreaming our talents and values and the following values. From that statement, what could be the problem? Who wishes to try from that end? Hiyo tu line ya kwanza, problematize that statement. What could be the problem that we are tackling? Can you see that far? Maybe not. Tupe mji. Bro, tupe mji.
Okay, let me look at it.
Mji.
Okay, Nairobi.
Wote watade wametoka Nairobi, si ni wa Kenya tu. Aya, who is from Kisumu here? Is your neighbor from Kisumu? Inua mkono kama neighbor yako anakaa Kisumu. Inua mkono. Si wewe neighbor yako kama anakaa kutoka Kisumu. Okay, wacha nikuje hapo. Bro, tupe problem ile unaona pale ya kwanza. Because you are meant to address it through your talents. Are you together? Nikikuambia if you are performing artists, tunataka kuona national values. Si utaniambia kwa nini? Si ndio? Tuone the benefit. Here. Kama inaleta message tuko wengi unanipea mji. Sister, you wish to try? Problematize the statement. Aya, unajua ukikuja interview KIPPRA ukinyamaza hivi hivi bado satajiuliza. Hai. Tutoi maliza. Mliambiwa opportunity ina come once. You have to take it by the horn. Mom, try. Yes? Yes, jaribu. What could be the problem? Tribalism. So if we are to create a strong national identity, what is the problem there? She said ethnic. Nani anataka kusaidia? Ethnic? Ethnic? Ama kitu rahisi, it could be a weak national identity. Si ni rahisi? Si ndio? Mmepita mtihani. The question is why? Ndio ile niliwaambia. We focus more on our ethnic nations even in our own talents. Unataka kuassociate na wale watu wa kutoka nyumbani kwenyu, unataka manager akuwe wako, unataka accountant akuwe kutoka nyumbani lugha moja. Yet hizi shida creating a strong national identity, si mimi nimezisema. Kuna policy inaitwa National Values and Principles of Governance, policy number 8 of 2013, and it's a sessional paper. And usome problem statement. Mimi si mwanaharakati ama activist. Government own words. We have a problem with our strong national identity. Tunaacha X wetu, X is your ethnic identity, ifikirie it is your turn to eat instead of your turn to serve and show a better example. Thus, your loyalty is to your sub-nation X instead of serving which nation?
Why?
Which one? Suppose I'm Mkamba, right? Over and above being Mkamba, which national interest should come first before my Kamba interests? Tupe mji. Mji wa kufikiria. Ni mji gani ukaufikiria sana? Over and above being a Mkamba, right? And I'm a performing artist. When nikiandika mistari zangu, since hii ni hit natengeneza, napasa kujua hii hit ni ya Wakamba ama ni ya nani. Na ni song ukienda New York unashangaa hata imefika huko. Utakuwa ukisema hii ni ya Wakamba huko New York.
Kenya.
Correct. So we make it a strong national identity by subordinating our ethnic, regional identities. Because serikali ni ya Wakenya, si ya Wakamba, right? Are you together up to that bit? That needs to be reflected in your talents. The next one, now, in particular, I will not go into details. There are 17 values. To create a strong national identity, kuna patriotism, kuna national unity, and the rule of law. Patriotism, kupenda inchi yako, si kabila lako. Are we together? Kupenda inchi yako, kusacrifice for it first. National unity, make sure the face of Kenya. Associate with Kenyans. Usiwe kama mtu mwingine alizaliwa Machakos General Hospital, akaenda Machakos Primary, akaenda Machakos Boys, akaenda Machakos Teachers College, akaoa Machakos Township. Sasa, can we see the face of Kenya? Hata ukimuuliza exes wake wote wawili ni kutoka Macha before huyu. Sasa we national identity iko wapi? We together up to that bit. Ukiingia kwa Facebook account yake Wakamba. Sasa, see, Kenya is bigger than Wakamba, right? So, in everything you do in your talent ecosystem, always try and promote a national unity outlook. And finally, the rule of law. It has no exception. Najua mtaniambia wale, lakini nitawakumbusha wale ni nisi. Are we together? Second problem, effective leadership and representation. So what's the problem there? There's ineffective. Hello? There's ineffective and misrepresentation, no representation, a minimal representation, inadequate. You can problematize it as you wish. If you go to the problem statement, it's well grounded in facts. Na kama kuna wakati tushai kuwa honest kama wa Kenya, ilikuwa wakati tulikuwa tunatengeneza hii karatasi, hii sessional paper, because tulikuwa tumetoka kufanya ile experiment yetu ya 2008, Who Owns Kenya. Mpaka tukaita Kofi Annan atusaidie. So unajua when you are traumatized hivyo, you are honest, because umeona kaneza haribika. Inaweza enda tukicheza. We together? So, to promote effective leadership and representation, and I'm not talking about the national government only. I'm talking about the county. I'm talking all the way to your chama. Then, kwa talent yako, labda utakuwa association wa graphic designers, Kenya, because that's your, ama association of coders, ama content creators, uko in charge, uko ujipate we ndio president or influencers Kenya. Hapo. In that talent space yako, you're expected to promote effective leadership and representation by mainstreaming in your talents the values of sharing and devolution, of power, democracy, and participation of the people. Sikusema ume decide na chama si yako. By the way, as the chair, you are entitled to decide. Kwani nilikuwa nikidecidie? Mimi si signature yangu iko hapo, but I'm equally entitled as a member to be heard in the process of you deciding the final decision, making the final decision. That's about public participation in a nutshell. To promote equitable allocation of resources and opportunities by mainstreaming the practice in our talents of the following values. So, shida ni kuna inequitable allocation of resources and opportunity. Hapa kwetu, kwa inchi, all the way to your village. Hata pale room kwenyu. Hata ukifuatilia slaughter, Mungune. Which other neighborhood? Niambieni zile neighborhood mnaishi. Ni hizo mbili. Lowlands. Ukifuatilia, one way or another, there is inequitable allocation of resources and opportunities. To correct that, we kama Mkenya, you are expected to mainstream. That is, kuifanye kuwe part and parcel of whatever you are doing. Just like your 10 commandments always inform your actions at in an examination room. The same way this value system is supposed to inform your actions as a Kenyan in whatever space you are, by practicing the values of equity, social justice, human rights, human dignity, inclusiveness, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized. Kama siana make sure ndugu zetu wako included mali. Ukweli ama uongo? Na simpigie makofi hivi. We don't do that way. Hivi. Sisi watusumbui the next class na mpatie ni maua yake. Asante. Now, another challenge we have, which is also a benefit if we mainstream in our talents, it's promotion. To strengthen governance, so maybe we have governance challenges. Mlisikia Madam Plana hapa hivi alisema challenges. True or false? You have a responsibility to address that in your own space. By doing what? Mainstreaming in your talents the values of integrity, transparency, accountability, and good governance. Ukiwa chairman ama treasurer wa dance group yako, dance crew unajua imeenda sakata mpaka imeenda international, please, kwa fans zake, be accountable. Because whatever you do out there reflects on us as Kenyans. Wale Gen Zs younger than you, they are benchmarking against you. Exhibit transparency, good governance, and integrity. Na mwishowe, to realize socio-economic development in Kenya, we will mainstream in our talents the values of sustainable development. The question is how. We said we are quickly dealing with 3 things. The what, the why, but I twisted the why to benefits. Are we together up to that bit? Now the how. Tutakunywa hii dawa aje? Tutasaidika aje? Nani anaweza soma mbali? Bro, jaribu. Ya kwanza how? Our first role.
Integrate national values into sports, arts, and creative talents.
Now, on the statement by using the word by, you'll avant the statement. Then we say in my talents.
By integrating national values into sports, arts, and my talent.
And my peers and colleagues' talents.
By integrating national values into sports, arts, and my talents and my peers' talents.
Yes. Usingoje serikali integrate, wewe ndio serikali yako kwanza, si ndio? Venye tu nataka Kristo wako uonekane, Uislamu wako through the 5 pillars, sasa itabidi Ukenya wako uonekane. By the way, that is the only way to be Mkenya mtrue. That is the best test of a Kenyan. Unajua babako ama mamako akitaka kukupea the worst punishment, siku kuchapa, ile siku anakuambia nimekukana, kwetu that is the worst thing. Na akikwambia we si wangu, atakwambia mimi siku kufunza. Why, you are too stunned, you are about to be disowned. Mimi siku kufunza?
Tabia hizo.
Exactly. In short, you are going against my values. And when you be a parent, and some of us here even are parents, utakuta mtoto wako, what makes your family, it's not your paycheck, it's not your plot, it's not your nyumba, hiyo kubwa, watu ukitafuta ukihustle huko nje, ni maadili ile umempea mtoto wako. Your son will not fail to call you dad ama mom kwa sababu plot ilikuja na ikaenda. Sizo vitu kuja na zinaenda. But you remain the mom. But that boy, that son, huyo Mkenya small livo, atagrow and international avuke border, which is the farthest, most prosperous country you know that unaweza omoka uende. SA, South Africa. Na hata sahau kile, what's your name? Though yuko Kenya na Edu yuko karibu na yeye, lakini hata wewe sahau kile Edu inalimfunza kama mtoto. kwa sababu anajua akisahau maadili ya dadi, basi dadi anaweza sema wewe si mtoto wa. True or false? Ama najua tushiambiwe hiyo punishment. It's part of growing. Unaambiwa si mtoto wangu, sijui kufunza hivyo. It is the worst form of punishment unaweza pewa as an adult. Si kushikwa wao. Hiyo kwa sababu the next one you are persona non grata in that family. You have been disowned, disinherited. Kaende utoke. Number 2, what's our role? I need a lady's voice, kindly. A lady's voice? Mom, remember to own the statement and then own it further into your talents and your peers. Use the word by. Start with the word by. Unaweza tupa mji, hakuna tatizo. Ya pili.
By acknowledging, recognize and emulates.
By acknowledging, recognizing, and emulating role models and champions of national values in different talents and amongst our peers. So saizi mukienda Coco Friday, musiende celebrate negative heroes. Nataka mkumbuke the persons whom you should emulate, role model, are persons that are in touch with our national value system. Hapo mkidance, mkiwa hostel, mkiwa Lowlands, mkiwa competitions Nairobi with other universities, those are the people you should celebrate. Hatutaki watu Mauri, Roju, kama if you are not Mauri na Roju na national values. Are we together up to that bit? And don't celebrate them with poems and word of mouth na memes if they are not representing national values and principles of governance. Evil too. Don't celebrate them through your talents. Just that. And even through your votes. Si 2027 wagapi wetu wako na ID? Inua mkono. Inua mkono. So you are all eligible voters. Now you've been given a roadmap to help you decide better. Another nani yule sijamfikia? Ma'am. The third one, remember to own by, and then to your peers and talent ecosystem.
By refusing to participate in actions that undermine national values.
Exactly. By refusing to undermine actions that by refusing to participate in actions that undermine national values. Najua wakati wetu tukitaka kuanza strike college tulikuwa tunasemaje ama high school? We go. Ukisikia hivyo kameshika kamenuka. Na mlisikia VC pale akisema public participation is enshrined in the constitution. It all matters how you present your matters. Sasa who told you the streets can hear you? Amjai present petition kwa VC. School president yuko hapa. Amja present a reminder. Unajua there's no paperwork. Ataweza sema hakuna kitu mshainiambia, sasa hizi ndio mnaniambia. Are we together? So you ask yourself, by doing this, am I compromising the rule of law? The rule of law starts with, please, through your student bodies, present a petition on a matter of urgency. Atawasikiza. Then let matters proceed accordingly. If it comes to certain points, then you are justified. But if you skip the gun, you are not justified. Are we together? So in your talent ecosystem, if you ever have a chance to indulge in actions that undermine national values, reject. Reject. Sema national values kwanza, katikati na nyuma, for the sake of Kenya. That's the next one, by internalizing. Another lady, the next lady kindly.
Internalizing, apply and by internalize, apply and propagate the national values through talents.
Thank you. By internalizing, applying, and propagating national values through our talents. When you name about mapenzi, uyo dem, uyo chali, please imba about our national values pia the same. Kwani kipenzi chako cha kwanza ni nani? Ni Kenya. You are not aware. Kwani angekuwa wapi? Angekuwa Somali, ungekuwa unamuimbia na uko hapa. Angekuwa Mogadishu ae. Kipenzi chako cha kwanza na cha mwisho, I guarantee you, is your motherland, Kenya. That is what you should be praising and safeguarding the most through your talents. Hata kama you are coding, you cannot be coding malware to interfere with governance systems and services to crash them. Because whose interest are you serving? Because it's not serving Kenya's interests. Are you together up with that bit? The next bit. Bro, uko sawa? Uko mbali naweza peana mic. Tuko kwa ile inaanza demonstrate. Lakini usikakue ni ile we go. Try.
Okay. By demonstrating a culture of constitutionalism and adherence to the rule of law through various talents.
In your various talents, usieke song ya matusi. Hata kama ni diss track. Kuna diss with limits. Then there's defamation, where you break the law. Are you together up to that bit? Don't dox. Kudox ni kufanya nini? Sini kuweka private information na contacts za mtu, labda X, ama competitor mwingine, musician fulani, ama fashion designer mwingine, ama coder mwingine, ama inventor mwingine. Personal information on where they live online, that is doxing. Ya nini? Are you together up to that bit? And finally, ani nataka kukafunga, bro? Remember, buy and own it to your talents.
Okay, thank you. The last one is by, okay, last but not least, by upholding, nurturing, fostering, and living the national values through talents. Our talents.
My talents. Awesome. Is that rocket science? Kuna kitu ngumu hapo? Ukishangaa ni kile tu unaulizwa ukienda church, obey the weka 10 commandments kwanza, ukienda kwa mosque, weka the 5 pillars of Islam, the hadiths and the teachings of the good prophet kwanza. But civically, because we are a nation state, we are not just kinsmen and women, we are citizens, we are under a government, we are a nation state. Then there are certain values we need to put front, middle, and back, and center. So wangapi wamekuwa attached wakuja altar call? I'm kidding. But kama umekuwa ukilegea kama Mkenya mtu, in your music, in your writing skills, in your composition skills, in your fashion and design, in your coding, in your invention, you have leeway to correct, amend, and even encourage the brother and sister next to you to be Kenyan. Na ndio mi na hope the next hit nitasikia mtu akifanya collaboration na Major, itakuwa wa Kenya kama citizens tuna tabia zetu tu, na kukuwe na article 10 based. Thank you. Have an awesome afternoon.
That's actually awesome. Let's give him another round of applause. Ama tungempea makofi ya Nyayo. Nikisema makofi ya Nyayo, unajua kweli? Kwa nasema 1 2 3 funga fungua. Haya, twende. 1 2 3 funga fungua. Hiyo nilikuwa makofi ya Nyayo. Na nani alikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo hapa apart from myself and naona tumeona mengi. I have a cousin who always say, ni mkubwa wangu hata akikufa hata kaburi yangu bado itamshinda tu miaka, because he was born earlier than me. So whether he dies before me or not, he will always be older than me, because either way his grave will still be older than myself. Okay, I think we are coming to almost the end, so we'll get into a very brief session. Maybe before we do that, I'll request that if there are questions, we can ask the quick questions, then we'll close that chapter, then we move to our last session. So if there are questions for Banachalo, maybe you raise up your hands, then the mic will be moving around.
Yes, I have a question. I don't know if it's a question or a criticization towards Bonachalo, because he said that a first world country like Japan, the debt is higher than their GDP and their citizens are not making follow-up on it. He says that Kenya should emulate the same. Was he trying to say that as Kenyans, even though we are being dragged into the pit of a lot of debt, we should not hold our government accountable, because it will just be paid at some point? Because if we don't hold them accountable, we'll soon sell our country to countries like Japan, the ones that he's referring to.
Chalo is saying he like responding to it best when it's hot, so anataka kujibu hivyo.
Ndio nisihepe. Unajua ukinipea nyingi nitacherry pick na afu nirudishie mic na move na program na kataenda hivyo. Najua words ukiwa umepewa presentation ya 2 hours we squeeze to 30, a lot might get lost in interpretation. Now, mature democracies like Japan, because remember Article 4 states that we will be a democratic state governed by Articles 10 and others. Ziko hapo. Endo so far nimepeana homework ya Articles 4, 10 and 11. In Japan, citizens are concerned. Citizens participate. But they do not put questions on radio stations and sit back. They do not put through questions their concerns on the streets first. They do not put their questions and concerns only on social media. They lobby, they write petitions to their members of parliament, finance committee. Now wanasema we expect this response. Wanauliza tena, they file the policy, because it's formal. Through different associations, it could be their bloggers, it could be their coders. They write to their treasury office, the directorate in charge of national debt. Can you explain 1, 2, 3? And the basis of which we'll get to our vision 2030 and beyond. That's what I meant. That's why they said they do not, unajua kuna kitu inaitwa abui ni kitu anka. Abui ndio yu mark ukienda Kizingo Mombasa pale kwa ferry crossing. Kuna kitu twa red tunamakianga kule kuna zinaonyesha meli pale kuna rocks zisipitie. Are we together? In the night and in the day. There's a lot of motion. There's a lot of motion. They bob but no movement. In Japan, there is motion and there is movement. Hapa kwetu, we still have to catch up. Because nilisema, principles of good governance have given you mechanisms such as petitions. Through your president, na VC hapa hivi alisema ako ready to receive your grievances. Ama ni mimi nilisikia zangu. Through your president. Write petitions. If you wish to be enjoined somewhere, to give public participation in matters ecology, maybe KIPPRA is developing a bill on ecology. You have an entire ecology department, right? Ulizani lecturer could we draft up based on our own research, some input, na through the college, through the management and leadership, ask to be given opportunity to present at the public participation a memorandum. Something written, that's good governance. So Japanese are not devoid of concerns just as us. They follow up with the formalities that is required in a nation state, which is not destructive. If you rush to the streets first, you stand the chance of destroying this country in one day. And that is in no one's interest. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's already 4, and I wanted us to keep our session a bit brief. So if you have a question, shoot the question directly, then Charles will also respond very brief to the response, so that we make progress. I'll just pick 2 more questions.
All right, so thank you for the opportunity. I would like to, first of all, commend...
Maybe introduce yourself first, at least we know you from...
Oh, my name is Mildred. I was going to introduce myself. Mildred Anyango. I'm a Chuka University student. So I wanted to, first of all, commend Mr. Chalo for the relevant examples. And I would also like to inquire a bit about, he has majorly put an emphasis on the last part of his presentation on through our talents and our peers. The thing that I've realized with our country, first of all, is that right now, mi nikiwa msanii, niseme nitoe ngoma, right? Ngoma yangu, I want to talk about the principles and the values. My youths, wenye watasikiza hii ngoma, ni wachache sana, as compared to wenye watasikiza ngoma ya mapenzi, ama vitu zenye zina trend kama mafurumbanya and the likes of all that. You get? So, I don't know how we can promote our fellow youths in a more comprehensive way to promote people who want to do what? Like, put an emphasis on their values that are not in the ranks of akina major, because you know, as mtu kama major ni mtu mwenye amekuwa kwa industry for long. Thank you.
Maybe Chala, kabla ujibu swali, ni challenge kwa si vijana. Kama hapa tumepa platform kusema watu waonyesha their talents. By the way, for information, through this event, we've had a chance to, like last year we had our conference, and you know, we the choir that in attendance in Nairobi was all the way from, let's say, Sigalagala, right? In Sigalagala, all the way from Kakamega. So we were here, students are not showing their talents, and you want someone to follow you and like your stuff as compared to major. Take these opportunities, you see. We'll be able, like if there was, let's say, a good performance here, you would say, okay, tulikuwa Chuka University na kwaya imeweza. Tukiwa na event, consider sindio. But we're not doing that. So major is taking advantage of all those opportunities. So even as vijana, lazima tujitume, sindio? Maybe, Chalo, that was your question. Maybe you could also keep the response a bit brief.
Let me give a brief example. Supposing I was the DVC in charge of finance and administration, na nilikuwa najiintroduce hapa na niseme hizo post zote, na niseme by the way I'm born again, and I get straight away to the day's program. Unajua nime mainstream my Christian values without digressing from the core business of the day. Since how? So respond to the market. Mainstreaming does not have to be an entire album, an entire verse. It could be tunawapenda kama wa Kenya, article 10, milele. That simple thing. Start small, then if the market appreciates, go big. But the important thing is that you start with that small step. Thank you. That's the essence of mainstreaming.
I just want to make a short comment that some of those songs that hit very hard, the Mafurumbanya and all that, they have a very short lifespan. But songs that have values can be sung by you, can be listened by you, your children, and maybe your children. An example of this song that sings, Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Do you know who composed that song? Hata sikiki siku hizi, lakini nyimbo yake bado nafanya nini? Inaendelea. So let us actually embrace the national values.
Thank you very much, Dr. I think at that point I want us to stop there the Q&A session for the rest of time. I just want to assure you that all the presenters who made the presentation today, tomorrow they'll still be with us here, so you can always go on interacting. So I want us to get to the last session of the day, and at this point, I want to give an opportunity to our lecturers and trainers, so that at least we have a conversation on just helping us understand the potentials that are there for us as for the youth and students, that they can tap in and probably just push their career in terms of talents to another level. So with that, I want to invite the following, and then again, of course, I'll invite my my colleague Catherine, who will take charge of that session. So allow me to invite Maureen Kajuju. Maureen is a research coordinator. She's also a trainer of trainees from Chuka Technical and Vocational College. Maureen, come to the stage. And followed by Professor Jafar Drida from Chuka University. Prof, karibu to the stage. There will be our two, we're actually expecting more, but we'll have the two today to have a quick conversation for about 20 or so minutes. Catherine, kindly take the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Why do you look bored? Are you bored, enlightened, or excited? Which of the three? So we want to have a discussion on why we're here. And this is from the perspectives of your learning institutions, the universities and TVETs, on how we are going to, what can universities and TVETs be in terms of the catalysm of the universities and TVETs in promotion and in monetization, the question that you asked, how do we monetize your talent? And the assumption is, should the universities have programs that help you to be able to monetize your talent? So this panel is going to take a very different approach. I'm going to call our panelists one by one. You're going to do something that we call a sales pitch. So you'll come here, you'll tell us, you'll introduce yourself, you'll tell us what the university is doing in relation to the promotion of talent and monetization of those talents, if at all, and any innovative ways that you have done these things. And then we'll get into another round, the second session, where we look at if there are any problems and any areas of improvement. So because we've had a gentleman, I'd like to start with the lady. As they say, ladies first. So I welcome you, Maureen. Please clap for her.
Hiyo kitu ya ladies first ni kama sijui tukatae for a moment. Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Maureen Kajuju. I'm from the Chuka Technical and Vocational College. I'm a trainer of trainees, and I've been in that capacity for the last 8 years. So nilianza nikiwa ka Gen Z hivi na bado niko sweet 16. So Chuka Technical is in this platform, in this workshop from TVET. TVET are the technical training centers, the national polytechnics, the county vocational centers. So we are here and we are humbled for the opportunity that we have gotten. So in TVET, of course, being national, when we talk about TTIs and the national police, they are national centers. And then we have the VTCs, and they are managed by the counties. So we get enrollment of students from all ethnic groups. So again, this platform, you are here, you're in the right space. Sawa sawa. I know some of my students were wondering, are you sure we were supposed to be here? Yes, you are supposed to be here. Yeah. So we have very many platforms that we have in the institution that help trainees to expound their skills and talents, just not academically, even in co-curricular activities. We have the research and innovations, and we normally go for competitions even on the TVET trade fairs and
seaplane can be admitted to do a diploma on seaman nurses. With the D+, you can do a certificate course. Of course, you can grow it to the high levels of qualifications. And despite the academic bit, then there is that aspect of, the skill that you have, the talent that you have that can be identified. May it be the sports, may it be the music. Recently, last year, when we had just the first year celebrations, just a very new student coming over and decided to just become an artist and does a very good production. And the entire university, the vice chancellor, and all of us, everybody was excited. And all of a sudden, started, getting royalties for his presentations. What are we talking about here? In Chuka University, we have the TISC Center. This is the Technology Innovation Center that and it is actually linked to the intellectual property, to the KIPPRA, and Pamela is in that team. That means any idea one has, we are able to still develop it, incubate it, and develop it to patenting so that nobody steals your idea. Chuka University provides that platform. You should not lose your identity. You should not lose your technology. You should not lose your talent. The other day we realized, somebody mentioned about museums of Kenya. In March we had a conference here, and Professor Mrugi Kogo, we visited her, and as we were discussing, we realized there is a lot more that is not yet documented, that is not yet patented. Technologies, innovations, cultural products, and we realized this is a platform that if you come up with your idea and you come over here in Chuka University, we register you in the TISC Center, we are able to develop your idea and your technology. So we are leveraging on this, and I want to confirm that it is true. The solutions, and not just the future, even present, solutions can be addressed by our young people, by youth, based on the talents they have. So it is upon us and incumbent upon us to ensure that these young people are provided with opportunities. And these are the opportunities to be able to develop the skills they have, to develop the talents they have, not just for academics, but also for livelihood. Thank you very much.
I had the pleasure of talking to a gentleman, I believe he's over there. I didn't catch his name, but he taught me something called oyster nuts, which I've also heard you've spoken about. The only oysters I knew was a seafood. So I didn't know there was something called oyster nuts that you can eat, like macadamia nuts or groundnuts. So that was very exciting to know, and we had a date and a deal that tomorrow he'll bring 2 or 3 samples, so that as I leave Chuka, I can say I have seen oyster nuts. And I believe many of my colleagues, if you're not a native of this area, you've never seen or heard of oyster nuts. So we would love to know. We could be your customers, even as you're trying to say you haven't gotten to the commercialized level. We are telling you we can start ile unaniandika kwa kitabu. This is where we are at. So thank you very much, Prof, for that. I am learning that the Institute is doing better than I thought, because you've spoken about patenting, you've spoken about copyrights, and that was actually the next question I was going to ask you. So then, if I have the opportunity or I have the idea, how do you actualize it and how do you patent it? But you've answered a little bit of it, and now maybe I'll ask the question then. After patenting and moving to commercialization, what other opportunities are you presenting to me? Because look at it this way. If I'll give an example with the Institute, we have conferences where we have development partners who are within different sectors and spaces. So these development partners work with youth in these different areas. It could be incubation hubs, it could be people who are in hackathons. I have seen gamers who've won millions and millions of monies just to compete. And we've been able to tap onto these people and potentials by allowing the youth to pitch the same way the lady came, Pamela, and pitched at a conference level. So how are you doing those linkages? Not to the county government, not to the national government. I am now talking internationally. Think GIZ, think World Bank, think MasterCard, and think Visa, who have very many programs and a lot of money in terms of grants towards youth who have innovative ideas. So I'll give this to you, you can answer from there, both of you. Whoever wants to go first can go.
Let me respond with how we are developing and also putting our trainees outside in the international market in terms of skills. Currently, TVET has been working with various nations so that we have students that are skilled. Immediately after they have been certified, they go to work there. For example, we are beneficiaries of the Kazi Maju program. In our institution, we've had like 30 trainees last year who have been working in London from Agriculture Department, and we are still expecting that after a period of 6 months, when they are back, more can be able to be enrolled in the same. And also we are still piloting with the German to be able to see other departments, especially the mechanical departments and electrical, to be able to go and do the same in the technology and also engineering world. So not just internationally, we are also looking at the export. Like we have this skill, can it be of importance outside? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much once again. I also should have said that within the Faculty of Environmental Studies, we've established through my lecturers and students 40 is the Foundations of Tourism Institute. And this is a program where we are linking the young people, the youths, with the market tourism products to access the tourism products, air travels and all that. And they can as well start earning as early as even as they are students. And the concern about intellectual property and patenting and securing your technology or your product. The next level, of course, of commercialization has to do with the marketing to ensure that this product is consumed widely, and of course you're able to now get to the demand and supply chain issues. The concern here is that once the product is consumed locally and you're able to access, of course, the other external markets, that's the way to go. And I think it's a starting point. Moving forward, we seek more engagements with these partners, and we think as a university, we also committed to having a lot more of frameworks with partners. That is the regulators and the industry. And we think moving forward, as these technologies we get more and more, we'll be able to create an exposure to our students, both in campus and out of campus, of course, to progress their products. And they're able to, again, get money and have the wealth with the help of God. So we train, of course, but we know God is there to bless them. So we look forward to much more explorations on these possibilities, both externally, to see that we are able to commercialize the many products that we are able to develop through our students and even our partners. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, before we come to challenges, problems, and whatnot, I want to give an opportunity to you, the youth, to talk to us and ask questions. In terms of, I've heard a number of programs. Do you even know these programs exist? Do you even know these projects exist? You're here. For me, I've seen a place where I can tap, but I'm not a person who's here 100%. And so are they also available online and things like that? So before we get to that, or before you answer that, I'd like to open the platform for questions so that we can see if you identify the problems, we'll try and find solutions here. If there are no problems identified, then we are doing very well. The floor is open. Any questions? The musician, no question?
Okay. I have your concern. Okay, my name is Derek Mungoma. Chuka University student pursuing education science. We believe that talent exists, but facilities are not equally distributed. And also we know that late discovery of these talents is complete waste. Now, my question is, apart from the introduction of CBC, the competence-based curriculum, into the education system, we as the 844 system, we are going. Some of us haven't even identified their talents. They haven't even discovered. Now, the question is, what are these kind of systems? Do you have even the systems of identifying those talents, or amaziko? Yeah, because I believe that we usually use these talents are just discovered by chance. Once you are given a chance, ndio mtu anajua ati akona talent. Like, for example, those football players, without giving them that chance to play, they cannot showcase their talents. Thank you.
Another question?
So I'm Krenz Peter from Chuka Technical. My question is to Madam Maureen. So what measures do you put in place? For example, I'm a founder of a company known as Banana Successors. It's an online earning company. So what do you do to help people like us market our platforms without interfering with the ownership? Because, for example, last year, I tried to partner with my county government, but they wanted to buy the platform into theirs and make me a shareholder. So how do you help us market our platforms without interfering with the ownership? Thank you.
Another question? We'll do 4 questions and we answer them. Any other? As you're thinking, I have one question. As much as we talk about innovation, having the idea, creating the idea, how are you building the soft skills? Because when you're talking about marketing, competition, how are you building me to be able to present myself? Can you be able to hear me? Okay. So I'm asking, how are you able to build me to be able to present myself instead of an audience and market my product through the soft skills? And even when I go into the market, I can be able to tell you about my product without necessarily having to refer back to the notes or anything. And if across the linkages that the people I'm working with within that value chain, how are we building capacities in relation to soft skills? One last question. No question? Going once? Going twice? Okay, you can answer the 3.
I can start. Okay, thank you very much for the very insightful questions. So one is on the model of education that this country has embraced on CBC, competence-based curriculum, and very high talent identification, and now versus the 844 system, whereby there is no such opportunity perhaps in the hard stages of learning. As a university, we have developed the Science Park. Science Park is a facility that that is providing a platform for anybody with any idea interested is able to build and to identify what they can do. Talent has to do with a lot of interest and abilities. And the new CBC, of course, is able to identify those abilities and then you enhance the capacity. So as a university, in this talent identification, it's important for a student or a learner or anyone to show up on what you're interested in. If you're in sports, if you're interested in science, you're interested in research, environmental issues, you will definitely show it up. We organize platform to which this is possible to be identified. The moment you do a cleanup exercise, and it is voluntary, somebody comes up, this means that this person has interest in green scales and green initiatives, and is able to explore further, what can I do in relation to green initiatives that is able to perhaps help me throughout my life. Also, there are others who will discover their skills through interactions with others. And as you're doing those interactions, you engage further in critical thinking. You're able to see, this is where I'm interested, this is where I'm good in. It is possible to find somebody studying a program for 4 years, and then eventually when they leave the university, they end up doing something totally different. A good example is what I'm talking about. It's not only for the students who are doing tourism and ecotourism management, but we have seen students in law, we have seen students in engineering, and they're in the program. Why? Because this is part of their interest. So we create this platform where you can identify with your talents. Again, it is possible to ask which opportunities are available. When we provide, talk shows or lecture talks, public lectures, we provide sessions for research, pitching ideas. When you come up, you don't miss someone who is interested in this. And as you're able to see the opportunity and grab it and run with it. I like the concern about capacities building in relation to soft skills beyond the talent one has, so that you're able to exploit your talent more and further. And as a university, we create these platforms through, again, as I've said, engagement with the industry and the players and the experts in those areas. And once you are able to engage with them, then you're able to see that what is new is built, what is new is improved, and you keep on sharpening. We, as the Bible puts it, iron sharpens iron. So the moment your idea lands into, or where it's the value addition, because that is the objective of the university, is to add value to what you have. Nobody, of course, ideas can be taken, but you need to ensure that we ensure there is protection of what you have. So these soft skills, ability can be built, can be developed. Once that is identified and opportunities are established, and we bring people on board that can really empower for this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Maureen, you had a question?
To respond on that, let me say, if you're part of the research and trade fair team, once we identify that someone has an idea or an innovation, the first thing is to patent it, so that your idea is not so that your idea doesn't turn out like yours did, sorry. So I think the next step should to patent whatever innovation that you had, so that we can be able to protect it and make sure that you maximize it in terms of profit and also the marketing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to challenge the gentleman. Most people who are billionaires in the world are shareholders of companies. They're not owners of companies. So this is where you take a percentage of the equity of that company, and it's paid to you every other month. So instead of having to have your platform with you for the rest of your life, you have it for a number of years, you sell it to another company or persons, you take a percentage. Most probably you'll be given like 40 to 52%, thereabout, depending with the negotiations. So you'll be receiving money for the entirety of your life as a shareholder of that company, not as the owner of the company. But you're also cushioned from any risks, so that if this company, if anything happens to the innovation that you have done, or if the company goes under, you're cushioned as a shareholder. So think about it, only if the deal was good with the county government and it made sense. But then you can use your lecturers as a point of reference, because there's a lot of law related to it, and also competition, patenting, intellectual property, and all that. Have that conversation, so that then you make a very informed decision. And with that, I want to end the session and hand it over back to Mr. Sylvanus. Thank you very much, my panelists. For me, it was a very insightful conversation. I hope it was also for you. Please clap for them as they leave the stage.
Thank you very much, Prof, and thank you, Maureen. We can clap for them as they take their seats. Yeah, actually, that was the last session for the day. And as we conclude, I want to invite Beryl. Beryl has a poem, and she would like to entertain us a bit. So Beryl, you can take the stage. Maybe you give us that piece of entertainment, then we close for the day.
Good evening. Well, my name is Beryl Cherobon. I have a poem. Before the poem, my unpopular opinion. I think now my unpopular opinion is it's related to the poem that I'm having for today. I think the best way to raise a girl is by educating the boys. Here we go. This is to the son I might have someday. You are not the first boy I've had to have. You are not the first boy I've had to teach right from wrong. You are not the first boy I've had to teach how to approach a woman. See, my job is to ensure that before I send you out into this world, you know how to respect people, especially women, from head to toe and everything that's in between. See, I'll make sure that you never have to know the affliction of a kin. I'll try my best to ensure that you never have to see the color of your skin as a stain. And when they ask you who raised you, tell them that you walk with the confidence of a king because your mother praised you, because her love made you, because her words changed you. And when you learn how to walk, may you step with her mother's pride. May you step with her mother's stride. When you learn how to walk, may you go the extra mile. And when you learn how to talk, may everything that comes out of your mouth be better than silence. May you never be afraid to raise your hand for fear of not being right. May you speak with the same conviction God spoke when he said, "Let there be light." And when adolescence is boiling your blood, may you be wise enough to know that a woman's eyes are not on her chest. And if I have to promise you one thing, it's this. Every day I will pick a pen and a paper and I'll sketch you in all my books and I'll open them up to look at you whenever I forget how God looks. Thank you. Again, my name is Cherobon. You can find me at Instagram, my TikTok account, Facebook, just Cherobon. Thank you. CHEROBON, Cherobon. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Cherobon. Thank you.
We can clap for her. That is a very good piece. Alisema the best way to raise a girl is by educating a boy. I'm very happy. Anyway, okay, I think that brings us to the end of our today's program. Maybe just to update you a bit, tomorrow we'll have a more packed program. So I'll request that we settle around by 8:30. We should have started our program, so we finish by around noon. So the earlier we come, the better. Usiseme wacha wengine waanze nitakuja kufanya hivyo, hakuna mwenye atakuja wa kwanza. Let's all come. Na ukipata kuna mtu useme wacha niende ndarudi. Tukae, tuanze mapema tumaliza mapema. So at this point I want to invite Dr. Mogoi to close for us. Daktari, karibu. Thank you, and enjoy your evening.
Let us give him a clap. Let us give ourselves a clap. Let us give our trainers a clap. Let us give our in-charge catering a clap. Ama mjakula mkashiba, si mlishiba? Hata sahii ni kukunywa tu maji, si ndio? Hata ukienda home unaweza inama leo, si ndio? Ama aje, leo unakunywa tu maji, kesho una arrive mapema tena kuna lunch, si ndio? Otherwise we are really grateful for today's session, and I'm happy that we have ended it with a happy note for the boy child. At least kuna mtu anawafikiria na anawajali, si ndio? At least that Mr. Opio is happy that there is somebody that is championing for the boy child. Now I wonder whether Chalo looked at that as having some national values. Mimi nilisikia respect. Wewe ulisikia nini? Hamkusikia kitu? Mulisikia nini? Mimi nilisikia respect. Wewe ulisikia?
The eyes.
Okay, hebu sema tena.
It's more dignified to look or stare straight at a girl in the eyes than her bust, because her eyes are on her head, not her bust.
Exactly, those are values, si ndio? Msituangaliange bust. Mtuangaliange macho, si ndio? Kama uko karibu na mwanaume mwambie uniangalie macho. Hata usiniangalie miguu, mwambie niangalie macho. Usiangalie huku kwingine, ndio maana mnatufanya tuende kwa mafurumbanya ama inaitwa nini hiyo? Juu mnaangalia huku kwingine, sasa tunaanza kuona labda hapo ndio mko na interest, si ndio? So that is a good poem, and we are really grateful, and I'm happy that you have a forum. Continue doing what you are doing and continue to discover yourself. We are really grateful for this session. I'm so grateful for Chuka technical team. I'm so grateful for Mercy Hill Technical Institute. I am so grateful for Chuka University team. I'm really grateful even for KIPPRA for bringing this particular forum here. I'm sure by the end of tomorrow, we will not be the same people. Let us arrive early. Let us come with a friend. Let us come with many friends. Let us fill this hall tomorrow. It will be a half day, and after that we have our lunch and we go. We arrive at 8:30, we start. Today we started slightly early because our guests had to meet the management, and the management had to open the forum. Mnaona hiyo mtaratara? The guests have to see the management, and the management has to open the forum. And sometimes you find them with people that are equally important that need to be served. So we were slightly late today, but tomorrow we will not be late. Maureen, Kajuju, where are you? You came very early. I'm really grateful. Please come early tomorrow. And if your bus can extend like this, please come with more students. We will still accommodate them. So we are really grateful. Even the Chuka technical, the Mercy Hill technical team, technical institute, we are also very grateful. We are also grateful for the media team that has been, they have been sitting there, you know, making sure we are live, making sure we are being heard, making sure they can play some music if we need it, and we are really grateful for you. And of course the estate department that made sure that this room is clean enough, but I'm sure we have littered it enough. So now, when you are leaving, if there is a bottle, if there is something, please just collect and put at the corner there. They will come and collect, and maybe tomorrow we find the room that is also very better. I want one of you to volunteer to come and pray for us as we end this session. Volunteer to come and pray as we end this session and meet tomorrow. Rehema, you are ready? Come. Come. Once you pray, we live at our own pleasure. Ama ukae hapo, kuna wifi, unaweza kaa hapo ufanye research, ama uendelee kusoma, si ndio?
Okay, tuombe. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kuturehemu, tumekushukuru kwa kutufikisha hapa leo salama. Tunakushukuru kwa wanafunzi wote waliofika hapa leo, walimu wote waliotufunza na speakers wote waliofika hapa kwa leo. Tunaomba wanafunzi hao wapokee elimu salama, waende kuimplement katika shughuli zao za kila siku. Tunakushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu na tunakuomba kesho tuweze kutufikisha hapa salama mapema ili tuweze kutekeleza activity hii. Tunaomba na kuamini. Amen.